We are live! Hello,
Hi!
YouTube! Okay, cool.
You know, in hindsight, I have no idea if this one is going to get claimed. I've never used it before.
Let's try it out.
I mean, if it does get claimed, we just miss out on a recap, I guess, for now. So, I usually ask you to do this, Sonia, but obviously you've done the last, 8. So if you don't want to do the
been a
recap,
while.
feel free to pass it on to somebody else. Or just
well,
tell me to
I'm
do
fine.
it, because I'm a lazy git and you can probably get me to do it.
Well, there wasn't that much anyway, so I probably do it anyways. What's this song? Why not? Well, look, look, look. Random song. Go. This. So, last time, after a tough battle with Vandemon, with the group defeated, Sonia got a little bit, how shall we say, berserk and kind of lost control of her powers again and went on a rampage to nowhere until she got a vision that told her that her friend Stella was held captured in Myotis Mansion or whatever we call it. And the big shadowy figure just beeline towards the mansion to destroy it, or I don't actually know what was planning to do, but hey. The group was like, oh nope, that doesn't work. So Kageki dived into the shadow to try and talk some sense into Sonia. So it's not your fault. I know it's been really stressful, and we're here for you. We're gonna help, and don't stress out too much. Then Daisto came in and was like, hey, so I know yeah, you're fucking things up right now, but thankfully we're your friends and we're going to fix you for you. Yes. And everybody was like, oh no, that's not what you should say. Pilomon was even shocked, and Pilomon is never shocked. Kagayaki got eventually sick of Taisto's non-encouragement that were there to prop up some drama. Oh, yes. And booted him out of the shadows somehow. Don't ask how the physics works in shadows, they just do. Taisto then decided, well, if I can talk to her, I'm going to beat her up with flames. And I don't remember if the flames just didn't work or if the shadowy figure just deflected the blast, but they hit the mansion instead, which caused some evacuation to just start right now. And Sonia managed eventually, after a long while, to get rid of this shadow by clawing out the shadow directly, if I remember properly. Thankfully, the dice gods were nice, so that worked. And yeah, she beelined herself towards the secret room that she saw in her visions, because the visions can see everything, and liberated her friend, as well as a random platinum Numémon that was there. Interesting fact, Stella seems to have been whisked away back when she last saw Sonia, what she was like 2 or 3 years ago, and she doesn't seem to have grown since then. So either there's some time shenanigans going on, or there's something weird. Regardless, there's something weird going on. Like, come on. Yeah, reunions. Sonia and Taisto finally kind of confronted each other and, made amends for all the mean words that have been exchanged and the roughness and the drama and the tension in the room. So everything is good. Or so we thought, because Taisto was still not completely over what happened and decided to leave the group, which was definitely not a ploy by Yudai to save himself from leveling up and dying this very episode. And
As the prophecy foretold.
as the prophecy foretold.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pablo wasn't here to kill Taisto to this episode, so the prophecy will never
The
come
prophecy
true.
has been thwarted.
The prophecy has been thwarted.
Did you do something to him? Huh? Was that what happened?
Yes.
I admit to nothing.
I'll send you $100 if you don't participate to the game, and if you do, I'll go to your house and kill you.
No. Yudai just kneecapped Ivo, because he knows that if Ivo can't lift with his legs, then he can't do anything to Taisto. It's just the way
His
things
one
go.
weakness.
His one weakness is his legs, as we all know.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for the recap. Market potential, Sonia.
Yes, I will.
And yeah, let's start. So the last scene that we had, aside from the post-scene credits of Taisto leaving with Ghostmon, was you guys all heading for some well-earned sleep. Kageyaki, you have fully slept through the night and then some, because obviously you've been living off of 1 hour's sleep for about 3 days.
Jesus Christ. That was not fun.
But Sonia, you've been awake basically all night, worried, sick, like the big sister you are, because when you went to your bedroom, on your pillow was a letter addressed to you from Taisto.
Oh, really? Huh?
Taisto, would you like to say what it says?
Sure, just a second. I'm pretty sure that this isn't one of those that were copyrighted, so, you know.
Did you actually plan for this?
Roll that dice, baby.
Sonia, by now you may have noticed that I am gone. I am sorry for the abrupt and secretive way that I have left, but I fear that if I stay for goodbyes, I will not be strong enough to leave. Because of the way I betrayed and disappointed all of you, I don't think I deserve to accompany you along your journey, and for that I can only blame myself. Back when we discovered the statue of ancient Irismon, which I broke, in that cave that housed the Heart of Fire, the Lunamon told us that only someone with fire in their heart could pull the sword from the stone. I do not believe I am that person any longer. The flame that burned in my heart has grown cold, and it flickers at the mercy of my own fears that have recently gripped it tight. So I must go. I must leave to get rid of my fears, so the fire in my heart may yet renew its blaze. I hope you and the others understand. You must be wondering what the statuette accompanying this letter is. And roughly at this point, you might notice that there's actually a statuette, of some kind of metal scraps made along with it. It's also, right there. When we first entered the Dark Zone and made our way to Vamdemon's castle, do you remember that we were being followed by starving Digimon? Agayaki and I kept our rations to ourselves, afraid that giving them away would endanger us in the coming days. But you and Zachary gave freely of your own portions to help those in more need of them than we were. This is a gift from the Fascomon you helped that day, entrusted to me to deliver to you. I hope that as you look at it, you would remember the strength in your heart you might not even realize you possess. The light that shines brighter than any darkness. Despite what anyone tells you, trust in that light and let it empower you. I'm certain you will need it in the coming days as you go on with the Chosen One's quest without me, and I'm equally certain that you will surpass all of the obstacles in front of you if you let yourself. Always remember, you are good, and your light will provide salvation to yourself, to Pillowmon, and to the digital world. Once I have found my courage, I'm sure we'll meet again. I believe in you. Signed, Taisto Urho Voittoulias Sankarpoika.
I'm
Yes.
not going to pronounce that.
Yes, look after Kagayaki. He needs you more than anyone wants to admit. PPS. I think Ghostmon may have done something to this paper. I suggest you get as far away from it as possible.
Oh.
And she's been glitching
Did I
it all night.
And then it explodes and Sonia loses her face forever.
I think the letters start glowing on the paper as soon as you've read the part that says get as far away from it as possible. And then there's just the sound of
Oh no, the letter is farting.
Well, that's just rude.
and then it stops doing anything.
At least his pranks are getting more tame.
It's a sniffing scratch.
Sonia, I think from that letter, Taisto rose your kind and decreased your reckless. Do you want to accept that or reject that?
Well, I'd say so, yeah. I don't see why I would reject his words now. Those words really hit Sonia deep in the kokoro, I think. And after they made up and stuff, she's ready to accept his words of encouragement for the first time in a while.
Yay!
Thank you, Taisto. But why did you leave? Oh no. Oh, I hope he's okay. I mean, Ghostmon's with him. Oh man. What time is it right now?
It's the very early hours of the morning. Stella's been sleeping in the bed next to you. Kageyaki's in his room, snoring his head off with Doremon.
At last.
Supposedly,
So
Ivo is still Pablo is still T-posing with Metal Tyrannomon outside the Dark Zone.
They require no retards, no sustenance.
And Zachary is currently T-posing in his bed too.
He has ascended.
Oh no.
But it's the very, very early hours of the morning. You've not slept a wink since reading that letter. You've just been holding on to the statuette that Taisto left behind for you.
Yeah, she's going to hold it close to her chest. And I know we can communicate with the Digivice, but can we just send messages through it, or is it only live conversation kind of thing? Is it just...
I don't know, can you?
I mean, you guys tell me.
I have no idea.
I'm going to take the executive decision and say that we can send a message.
Give him a voicemail.
I just want to say as well, this is probably the first time I've said, like, I don't know, tell me, for a very, very long time. I feel like we haven't built on the world building bits for a while either.
There's a lot of inter-character drama and fights, and yeah.
I mean, we've
been in the dark area for a while.
We have built up this world together, like, for like months and months and months now. I think we've been going for almost a year. I think it's 10 months.
Oh yeah.
10 months we've been going. So almost the anniversary.
Man.
But yeah, you can
Crazy.
send text.
Yeah, I'll do this. I'll say thank you for the letter and the statuette, and thank you, Ghostmon, for the prank. That was an improvement, let's say. Yeah. But if you're ever in danger and stuff, call us immediately, and know that it's not. You deserve to be with us, okay? Just don't say it not about yourself. I don't know if you're going to read this or what, but yeah, there. Just know that we worry about you too, okay? Okay. I'm probably going to sleep now because it's been a long day, but feel free to call us. And Ghostmon too, feel free to call us if you feel like it.
That's
Sonia,
a point.
out.
Are the Digimon able to use the communication aspects of your Digivices? I don't know if we've actually ever confirmed that, or if that was just something that you guys could do.
I mean, why not?
I don't think so.
I mean, I could say they could probably take the Digivice, but I don't know. And even if they could use the communication thingies, I don't know if Ghostmon is smart enough to do this. I mean,
Oh, you take that back, you.
Ghostmon takes the Digivice, it no longer works. Ever again.
Ghost One takes the Digivice. It's on fire and melts in his hands.
I fucked up.
Okay, I think it's just a Digidestin thing. I don't think that the Digimon can actually use the communication aspect. I think that they can
Fair enough.
communicate to their tamer through the Digivice, but only through their own Digivice, if that makes sense.
yeah.
I don't think they can communicate with other people through the Digivice. Okay, so morning comes, eventually. What's the first thing that you do on a new day where your big sister's back, Sonia?
Oh, she's probably going to lead her around. She's gonna to excitedly show her presenter to the group, and this is Pilamon, and this is Pablo, which is in his weird T position right now. I don't know why he does that sometimes, but don't worry about it. It means he's happy, I guess. Yes, and you really have to go and see Wanyamon. And Tsunamon, that's a little baby I had. Not literally, I found an egg. Well, some stuff happened, but I'm taking care of this little baby. Digimon is really adorable. I really want to show it to you, but he's not right there right now. He's in the village Icon City. Oh, and stuff happened, and there was that happened, and oh boy, there's so much that I need to tell you. And are you okay? I don't want to bother you or anything.
You can see that she's beaming, like she's got this big smile on her face. When you ask if she's okay, she puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "I'm just so happy that you could still find happiness without me. I was worried that the person that I knew before I left would be gone, and she's standing right here in front of me, my little sister."
Well, thanks. It's good to see you again. It's been so long, you know.
For me, it's been 2 weeks, so I can only imagine how you feel, Sonia. It feels weird to me seeing you at my age.
It does. But honestly, I was a little bit worried that I wouldn't see you again and that you've forgotten about us. But now I see that you were just taken away by this strange new world. And I don't know why you came so early, but I'm glad that we finally met up again.
I'm glad too. I don't know how I got here. I just woke up and this thing was in my hand, and she like reaches into her belt and pulls off the Digivice. And as she like holds out her hand, the center glows a bright red with this big heart-shaped symbol on it.
Ooh, interesting. Oh, that's a Digivice. I have one too, and we all have one. It's a sign that you're one of our Digidestin. Basically, we're heroes here. Apparently, we're here to save the world, and yeah. So you should. If you have one, you probably have a partner Digimon like us. Is that Platinum Numemon guy your partner Digimon? He was with you.
Ew, not that thing. Ew. No,
Oh, the poor guy.
He's like, "Hey, I can hear you." He's munching on some like steel chair.
He's going to eat the fucking castle to the ground.
Like, she's like,
You was sealed.
I don't have a Digimon partner. The only Digimon I've met since coming here is, well, my Otismon and Platinum Numamon. And I doubt either of those are my partner Digimon. I mean, look at them.
Yeah, I think you'd know. Well, they're probably lost somewhere if you were taken away in the dark area. You know, this is a really complicated place to be in, to get inside of. So I wouldn't be surprised if they couldn't reach you before now. Well, we'll have to search for it together then. I'm sure it'd be a great partner for you, and you'll be your best friend. Like Pillarman is like Pillarman is to me. Pillarman, say hi to Stella. I realized that we didn't say hi to each other. Oh boy.
Pillarman like pokes out from under your hat. She's like wiggling her little butt when you said that you're her best friend. She's like, "Ha! I beat you. I mean, it's nice to meet you. I'm Pillarman." You could tell she was obviously jealous.
Wow.
Kagiaki, you've been like asleep for a very, very long time, and you're basically hearing the excited tones of like Sonia like by chatting Stella's ear off outside your door, and they've been there for like the past half an hour, keeping you awake. What do you do?
It's fine. Sure, we need to do things now that we have a moment of calm, but it can wait. So instead, I'll turn to Dormon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've had our talks with Sonia. We're off to a good start. And since you and Pilomon have pretty similar past, I'm going to trust you with taking care of her as well, okay?
Taking care of Pillarmon, huh?
Yeah.
I've never been like a caretaker before, but I guess I'll do my best.
Yeah, you are the one that most closely knows how Pilomon feels, even if most of her memories are still missing.
I won't let her lose herself like I did.
I know you.
She means a lot to Sonia, and I know Sonia means a lot to you, though you don't tend to show it in front of the others.
Baby steps.
He chuckles at that, and then he like walks over to the door and says, "You know, you really should introduce yourself to the new girl. I'm sure she'd like to meet you, considering you're one of the only people in this house not T-posing right now."
I kinda assume
Arts is spreading.
they'd get in after they're done talking, so I've been waiting for a while.
So you said that when they're done talking? Sorry.
I kinda assumed they'd like enter the room after they're done talking, literally right outside the door.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, Sonia, you barge into Kagiyaki's bedroom to introduce him, not caring that he's probably asleep.
Hello. You're asleep. No, you're awake. Good. Hello, Kagaki. I came here to present to you Stella. She's my big sister from the orphanage, and apparently she's a Digidestined too. So, great news all around. Stella, this is Kagayaki. Is one of great friends from school, and he's a great inventor and does a lot of the thinking bits in general. It's pretty smart and pretty cool.
Yo.
Kagayaki, you've already met Stella. She was part of your high school class before she went missing about 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
That's
Wasn't
a
it-
long time.
2 years? I'm confused.
It could be 2 years. I've been misremembering.
Could have been one or
The
the
plot thickens. What a mistake.
other.
2 years ago then.
Plot
Two,
hole.
2 years ago, she disappeared from your class, and she hasn't aged a day since. She was like the popular girl in your class. She had aspirations of like becoming an idol. She constantly dyes her hair pink. She used to wear like really poppy clothes and outfits.
You mean to tell me that pink hair isn't natural in this world? What?
Whoa!
Yeah, especially the glitter in the hair. That's totally natural.
That's just what's the word again for that? For most people, it's white.
So
I don't remember
Dandruff?
what the fuck it's called.
Well, the glitter in your hair.
Dandruff?
Yeah, it's that could be dandruff, I guess. Yeah, if it's not really glitter, but it's head flakes.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
it's-
know what's.
Definitely dandruff. Yeah, it's just
Yeah, she has really bad dandruff because of the pink dye she uses.
so bad that it's glittery.
Poor
Um,
girl.
But yeah, she was basically one of the popular girls in your class, who went missing. What was your relationship with Stella in the class? Were you just like friends? Did you like barely talk and just know each other by name, or?
I mean, I only talk to Zachary. Everyone else just asks me for revenge from time to time.
Do you even recognize her? Because like, if you didn't pay attention to anybody else in the class and were too like busy burying your head in inventions and stuff, like, did you
I
take
mean,
notes
like,
of what anyone in your class looked like?
A child went missing, so yeah,
Okay, cool.
a bit of a big deal.
Cool. So you just know who she is, but you don't know like her personally. Is that how it is?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think Stella like almost instantly recognizes you. I think the first thing she notices is the like big visor goggles that you have on your face, and she's like,
That's a pretty big sign.
"Oh, it's Goggle Boy." Sorry,
Visor,
that
but
was,
okay.
that was rude of me. I'm sorry.
DMCA. Cease and desist, lady.
She just hears a warning inside her head.
She's like, sorry, that was rude of me. I'm sorry. That's just how everyone used to refer to you back at school.
No, I'm aware. It's fine.
So your name's Kagayaki, huh? I'm sorry to say that I didn't know that. But if Sonia thinks you're a cool guy, then I guess you must be. She like gives you a once over and says, "Boy, you've gotten a lot taller."
Yeah. Yeah, things happened.
Puberty happened. What? And she like bends down to like knee level and starts tickling Doraemon under the chin. She's like, "And who's this cute little fella?"
That's my partner, Dormon.
You see like Doraemon being completely defeated by this chin tickle. Like he's like being scratched under the chin and he's like, no, that's my weak spot. That's my weak spot. That's really nice. That's really nice. Yeah, you can stay. You can stay, Stella. You can stay.
I see. Kagayaki pulls out a notebook, starts taking notes.
I think they're gonna go get some breakfast if you want to join them. You know that Platinum Numon's probably already in the dining area and probably has been all night eating anything metallic in the house.
Yeah, we lit up the dining area and Platinum Numon is eating the dining area.
Yes, exactly. You notice like
Kagayaki.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Kagayaki. Well, you can go first. I'll.
I was gonna
A little
say,
bit later.
as you make your way towards the dining area, you'll notice that like several chandeliers and like steel framed paintings and stuff have had bites and chunks taken out of them.
Oh my god.
What?
There are also several free Candlemon in the building for once.
That's good.
Hopefully they can be careful with their fire. We don't need more of that. Okay, someone has to stop that thing.
Yeah, probably. Well, honestly, I'm fine if he takes it out a little bit on this castle since he's been unfairly imprisoned for so long. But yes, Kageyaki, more importantly, Taisto gave me a letter yesterday. He said he was going on his own again.
Oh my
So,
fucking god.
I asked him to call us if he had any trouble. So, but yeah, I thought you should know.
He's such a fucking dumbass. And I was planning to go actually start looking for Einari soon, but oh well. I guess that changes our priorities.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if we should follow him right away. He seemed like he wanted to figure some stuff out on his own, but I don't want to leave him alone either, so I don't know. It's complicated.
Yeah, hopefully Ghostman will keep him. Will he? Will he though?
Well,
Yeah, he probably will.
yeah.
Famous last words.
God, he's such a dumbass.
He can be quite impulsive.
Okay, yeah, food.
So yeah, food. We eat now. Nom 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 nom.
Cool. You get.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
like, how's the food situation now? Like with the recent crops going and stuff. Like, did some significant changes happen already, or?
Yeah, so there is some significant changes. Firstly, the food is being shared and not being hogged by Myotismon anymore.
Good.
The denizens of the Dark Area are living in the mansion, or what's left of it after the giant tower got collapsed on half of it. And they'll probably be in the dining hall or in the living rooms or the various bedrooms themselves, making themselves cozy and whatnot, aside from the few that don't particularly want to live in the mansion of the person that oppressed them.
That's weird.
Can't imagine why.
Could you tell me, what would you have done with Myotismon? Because obviously the last we heard of him, he was tied up in ropes and Kageyaki was infuriating him.
That's honestly a good question, because now we know he takes people as prisoners.
Yeah,
which
we want.
changes things.
Yeah, I'd want to talk to him about that, at least to see how, well, to tell him how not nice that is. But what I do with him would depend on his response, I guess, because, you know, if he gets it, then yeah, he can go. But if he doesn't seem like to care about people anyway, yeah.
So where would you have kept him? Is he like in the basement where you drew the circle to enter the pocket dimension? Is he like in some sort of like makeshift jail that you set up? Is he like just tied up in the dining area and watching everybody eat? Like, what's the story?
If there's a free actual room, then he's in a free room.
I'm sure there's a free room. It's like a mansion, so.
Yeah, but it is housing like a major part of the dark area right now.
True. I'm sure there's like a spare room, like the basement or something. You're keeping him in.
Then we'll just keep him there.
Cool. So did you want to talk to him, or are you wanting to talk amongst yourselves a bit longer?
I do want to make a bit of a shot in the dark with Stella first.
Sure.
Okay. So you have a device.
Yeah, she just says, and she unclips her digivice from her belt again.
So there is a little something we can try to do with this. I'm not sure if it's going to work if your partners outside the dark area since there's a communication jammer. Some reason. Communicating isn't going to help apparently. But it might bypass it, or it could be in here anyways. So just press this and look into the screen.
She looks into the screen. So you're trying to get her to see through her partner's eyes? Is that what you're...
Yes.
Okay. Could you roll to unleash your powers? I want to... It's more, not necessarily a roll to see how well you're doing. It's a roll to just see if it works for her or not.
Can't believe this feature finally served the purpose.
11.
It works all too well. Okay, so she pushes the buttons on the device that you show her, and her eyes like light up with the crest of love. And she starts sticking out her arms and waving them around. She's like, Kagyaki, I can't see. Help!
Okay, calm down. You're supposed to be seeing through your partner's eyes.
Well, they're not seeing anything. It's pitch black.
Okay, then that could be the communication jammer. If we press this, you can try talking.
Hello? Hello? There's no response, Kagyaki. I don't know what to tell you. Are you sure we're pressing the right buttons?
Yeah, we are. The partner is probably just outside the dark area then. We'll try again once we leave.
Okay. How do I deactivate it? I kind of want to see.
Press this and that.
Cool. Her eyes start flickering off. She's like, if I do have a partner, I hope they're okay. It's bad if all they can see is darkness.
Yeah, don't worry.
Probably just the jammer.
In any case, we'll be there for them. We'll save them in a hurry once we know where they are.
Right, okay. I guess I'll just manage on my own until then, huh? I don't know how I'll be able to live up to this saving the world thing without them. Something I want to note. When you were told the legend of the Digidestined story and all that kind of jazz, Leomon had like a big tablet that he showed to you guys to explain it all. And it depicted 5 Digidestined, all roughly looking like you guys, all with your partners beside them. There wasn't 7 Digidestined. So the fact that both Einari and now Stella have a Digivice is really strange because they're not part of that legend that was being foretold.
That reinforces my theory that prophecies are bullshit and not set in stone.
Yes,
there's also the fact. There's also the fact that they've been teleported at a random time and place rather than all of us at the same time. So yeah, there's definitely some weird things going on. But what does it mean? I don't think we can really get any conclusion from that yet. If we could find your partner, it'd be a good first step. Well, I'm not really sure where I'm going with this. But I'm sure you'll do just fine as a hero to save the world. I know when we jumped in the first time, it was a little rough, and we've had our ups and downs, but you shouldn't worry too much about it. It's well, it's a team effort.
Okay. I'll trust you for now, Sonia. Well, not I don't think it's just for now. That's very ominous. Like you're going to betray me later. No, she trusts you. She trusts your judgment. She can
Weird
manage.
that you should mention it.
I think now we're gonna quickly cut to Taisto and see what he's doing on his journey.
He gets to play.
He gets to play.
Oh.
He
Damn.
showed up. Don't worry, Taisto. I'll make you mark about 6 potential. It's fine.
Nice.
So Taisto, you started off on your journey across the Dark Zone.
Yes.
You were going to visit some of the Digimon you'd given that inspiring speech to, correct? Am I getting the right idea?
Yes, that's correct. That's where he's headed.
Cool. So I think as like you're walking through the Dark Zone, and you come up on where Garurumon Brothers' den, which used to be just Garurumon Brothers. You get like a flash on your Digivice that just goes "ba-da-ba-da-doo, ba-da-ba-da-doo," and like shows a little like envelope, like you've got a message from Sonia. Do you open it and read it, or do you just like leave it?
I think Deister takes a look at it, and then after a brief moment of hesitation, just lowers his Digivice down again.
Cool. Well, the where Garurumon Den is between 4 hills. It's like almost like a big dip in the sandy area of the zone where the sandstorm doesn't buffet into the hole that they've made themselves. Basically dug themselves a big hole to stay in. There's several like scraps of like cloth and bits of metal and stuff that they've salvaged and scavenged and set up into like a makeshift shelter. They have a campfire that's being protected on all sides by sheets of metal, and over the top of that they've got like a piece of meat that they've taken from the mansion, and they're roasting it over the top of this campfire. They're sat at either side of it. There's several other Digimon with them that don't want to live where Myotismon used to be, including some of the Fascomon, some of the Tsukaimon who have become Devidramon, some of the Minotaurmon who are like too big for the rooms and stuff. They're out here as well. What do you do? What's your first step?
I think Deister would just start by approaching them. I think on his journey through the Dark Zone, he's managed to procure one of those very rugged, like burlap cloaks that you see on people who are going through their third act separation arc of these kinds of anime, and from like it's the Dark Zone. Dark Zone is always dark, so you can see that they're huddled around the campfire that then casts light around them, and from the darkness that surrounds them, Deister dramatically steps into the circle surrounding the fire and tries to basically commands everyone's attention at once with his entrance.
The Wegarurumon's eyes fix on you, and the dumber of the two brothers has his like mouth full when he sees you, and he's just like happily munching. It's not threatened by you at all. Whereas the other one's more on guard, and he's like, is he here to like follow through on the deal we made, or is he here to like finish us off type thing? The other Digimon in the area sort of look at you wearily. They heard your inspiring speech. They know that you wanted to help them, but they don't know if that's changed since what happened with Venomyos as well. I think the smarter of the two brothers gives you like a gruff like nod to tell you to sit down by the campfire, and holds out a piece of meat towards you.
Taisto accepts the invitation and sits down, but declines on the meat. With a wave of his hand, he doesn't need it as much as the Digimon do. I've come to see you because I'm going to take a trip out of the dark area. Right outside this dome that surrounds us and keeps you trapped here is a village where Digimon lives with a group of baby Digimon.
At the mere mention of the name
The village was...
Sorry, at the mere mention of the name Digimon, the Wagurumon like throws his food across the pit and stands up angrily. How do you react to him jumping up so quickly?
Taisto doesn't react. He's completely unfazed, and he just watches intently on what on the where Garuma was going to throw a tantrum. Apparently,
yeah, he like paces up and down. He's like, "So you're in leagues with that bastard? You realize he's the one that erected this barrier and keeps us trapped here, right? The one that keeps the barrier alive is Digimon. How do you expect us to trust him?"
are you done? I know that Digimon is the one who erected the barrier and is keeping you all trapped here, but that is precisely the purpose why we need his help. He is the one we need to convince. Oh, grow up. Sorry, Kagayaki. Ellie just put something in the chat. Sorry.
So is that grow up to Ellie or grow up to the Wagurumon?
Ellie.
I thought you were saying to the
Wagurumon.
and I was like, that's a bad thing to say to a big old
the grow up was directed to Elena. Sorry. He's presently that is why we need to. He's the one that we need to convince that you should be let out. I know it's not easy. You have been. You are the ones who have been wronged by this unjust behavior, and you deserve every kind of recompense and the kinds of justice that you will probably never truly get. But if we want to build some kind of a tomorrow for you and all these Digimon that now depend on you and us for their survival, we need to do it in a way that will foster a lasting peace. And for that, we need Digimon. So what we're going to do is, like I said, Digimon lives in a village outside the dome with baby Digimon that he has been looking after. I would like some of you to accompany me as we go out, and we're going to help those villagers. The village was attacked by Vamdemon as he burst out of the dark area and laid waste to, thankfully, a much smaller area than he would have had we not stopped him. But the village, the baby Digimon in the village are being hurt by his short-sightedness right now. If we can show him that we are here to help and not a threat, I'm sure that we can discuss ways with which we can end this imprisonment in a way that is going to last throughout the ages. I accidentally muted myself, and not create a war that will result in more life lost, more blood spilled, and more misery.
It's all well and good saying that out loud, but I've heard this Digimon's one hell of a racist bastard. He's going to take some convincing to even speak to someone like me, let alone these guys. And you see the other Wizardmon that's like munching on his meat still, just look up from his food and go, "What do you mean? I'm a delight." And he's got his mouth full of meat.
We'll see.
See what I'm dealing with
We won't
here?
know until we try.
Sorry, go ahead.
We won't know until we try. And one way or another, I promise we will end this charade of justice that you are being subjected to.
Listen, kid. I trust you. I wouldn't have given you my pendant if I didn't. You Digidestin have done nothing but prove yourselves since coming here. And I want to put my faith in you, I really do. So if you can deliver on this, you'll have our eternal gratitude. And, it will be hard work, but I'm gonna back you, kid.
Good.
He picks his teeth.
We
with
should
the
leave
bone.
as soon. Yeah. Thank you for the trust. We should leave as soon as possible. You've been waiting here long enough.
Who do you think we should bring? He says as he like motions to the rest of the camp.
Anyone who can work, anyone who's presentable. We need to make a good first impression. Well, not really a first impression, but first in a while impression.
I don't know if you
Most
see.
important.
Sorry.
Most importantly, anyone we bring needs to know that we need to be on our best behavior. We need his trust.
I don't know if you've seen us. We're not exactly the most presentable Digimon. Everyone cowers from fear from us. They run away the first chance they get. Good reason too, in some cases.
I would like to think that one day you would not be judged by the what's the word? By the name of your field, but by the content of your character. And we should probably start sooner rather than later. I don't care what you look like. I only care that you won't be prone to impulsive action when we are out there.
Roger that, he says, and he points to Minotaurmon. Says he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's hard working. We can take him with us. I also want to show my son the outside world, he says. And you notice that like the entire time you've been talking, there's been a really shy black Gabumon just hiding behind him. This little guy,
Good.
he ain't intimidating at all. Perhaps it'll be a good way to sway Digimon. Show him that we're not all monstrous looking. At least not at first.
I'm sure you will love it outside. Little guy. Likes to give this weak smile to the Gabumon.
The Gabumon just like hides behind his dad.
Anyone else?
He like strokes his chin a little bit, and he's like, I don't know. A lot of these people are loose cannons. They might get the taste of freedom and make a run for it rather than trust human like you. Though I suppose. I suppose a few of the other little ones wouldn't hurt, he says. We could take Fascom on. I'm sure he'd like to see the outside world.
Yes, I agree. It would be good for it would be good to appeal to Digimon's caring nature. You could. I hope you could sense the hesitation in Deister when he said the word caring nature, or the term caring nature. But yeah. But most of all, what we need to show them is that even after you've evolved, you can still be, well, not the kinds of monsters that he thinks you are. And that we know to be false. But yes, we should leave as soon as possible. After you've done eating, we will pack up and then go. And let's hope that Digimon is in a happier mood, in a receptive mood when we meet him.
Cool. So I think we've cut to black there while you finish eating and packing up and shit.
Yeah.
And we'll cut back to Sonia and Kagiaki. So, Kagiaki.
Hi.
I think we get a shot of you a little bit later on in the day. You are wandering down the corridor, looking for your dad's room, and you turn the corner, and wheeling down the corridor in his wheelchair is Higeki. He's reading a book on his lap while he does. What's your first instinct when you see Higeki? Because last time you saw him, you completely wanted to avoid him.
Oh boy. I am going to take a powerful blow.
Okay, if that's what you feel would happen, feel free to take a powerful blow.
I'll pass out immediately.
That would be fucking hilarious. That's a 5!
Cool, you weather the blow.
Do I actually get potential out of this, or is it fluff?
I'm gonna say it's fluff because I didn't call for it, but
Okay.
you weather the blow. Tell us how you sort of stomach that guilt that you're feeling, and
It's not just guilt. Friendly reminder, it was a dream, but I did feel everything.
okay, guilt and fear that you have towards your prior friend in your heart.
I will flinch for a few moments, but I just give myself a slap on its cheek. You know, the anime thing. Okay. You said you are going to talk to people. If you avoid this anymore, you'll be a bit too up your ass. Oh fuck! Let's go.
You see Higeki look up from his book and see you coming towards him, and you see him immediately like spin the wheel on the left side, flipping his like chair around, and just start wheeling as fast as he can the other way down the corridor. What do you do?
Wait!
He stops.
He
doesn't say anything. He's just like got his back to you.
Things are really complicated, and there's a fuck ton of things on my mind right now, but We really need to talk.
He doesn't turn around, but he says, I don't have anything to say to you.
Yes, but I do have things to say to you.
He sighs, turns his wheelchair back round, and for the first time you see up close his missing legs. The brown
I'm gonna
trousers that he
go
wears are like tied up from
right
the bottom.
ahead and take that guilty mark.
Very well. He says, after the accident, I never saw you. You left me.
Now, for the record, he did see me for a while. I just suddenly stopped talking to him.
Oh, so wait. So when did you start? When did you stop talking to him? 'Cause I thought it was
Also, I
after the
did say that one. Yeah, it was after the accident, but not right after. I did try to keep things the same for a bit, but one day, as I rushed to pull out a new invention, I saw him flinch, and that was the hit that just made me completely unable to look him in the eye again, so I stopped talking to him.
Right, okay. So he says, since the accident, you never really looked at me in the same way again. You never included me in the things you wanted to do. You just started distancing yourself from me, and I felt abandoned and lost. I didn't have my friend anymore to help me through the hardest time in my life. I put a lot of the blame on you, Kagayaki, and although the accident was your fault, you should have helped me through those times, man. You were supposed to be my best friend.
Oh, fuck. Ich habe einfach nur prepared for this at all. Oh. Yeah, it's... So... I know this is going to sound probably really cheap, but while I did initially try to keep things the same, probably to pretend I wasn't tearing myself apart over what happened, I just... It was one time. I only need to say this one time, but I saw you flinch at an invention, and it just hit me all at once. It couldn't be the same, that it was my fault that you lost your legs. After that, I couldn't look you in the eye again. I almost still can't, if I'm being honest.
He lets out like a sarcastic "huh" under his breath. It's like, to think I even came to this world to try and help you. Your dad seemed so distraught when you went missing in that explosion. I thought maybe this is my time to show you that you don't have to worry so much about me, Kagayaki. That I can stand on my own 2 feet, figuratively speaking. He says as he looks down at his missing legs. And for a while, I could. The technology that your father created here was genius. I had legs again. Briefly. I was going to set out on an adventure. I was going to find you. I was going to show you how independent I could be. But then when I saw you, all I could think about is how you made me feel isolated and alone. Like nobody wanted me. Nobody cared for me anymore. And I couldn't bring myself to talk to you. I've been avoiding you like the plague since you got here, and anytime anybody mentions your name, I'm just welled up with these horrible emotions that I don't want to feel. And then when you finally did show up, you took my legs from me again, he says. So forgive me if I can't forgive you just yet.
No, I know. I know it's all my fault. I'm aware of that. I just finally wanted to say that I'm sorry.
Well, it's better late than never, I guess. He says. He wheels himself over towards you and says, "So I'm training to become a doctor. That's something that you should know."
That's great.
I skipped a few years. Say I'm some kind of prodigy. I guess my drive to show you how much I'm like you set me apart, like you set yourself apart from everybody else. So if you ever need a checkup, you know where to find me. As much as I wasn't looking forward to speaking to you, Kagayaki, I appreciate that this must be a difficult conversation for you too. Especially because you're not much of a people person. I think in time I could learn to be a friend again. But I have more pressing matters to attend to now that we've found you, such as finding a way home and making sure your dad's okay. After that explosion, he was pretty banged up until Cutemon looked at him. He's in that room, by the way. He says as he points his head towards a few doors behind him. I'm sure you'll want to go see him. So I'll let you have your time with him, he says, and he starts to wheel himself down the corridor. Is there any last thing you want to say to Higeki before he wheels himself away?
Nope.
Okay. He wheels himself around the corner, and I think we get a shot of Higeki around the corner as he starts bursting into tears and crying to himself. And we get a shot of you turning around and going towards your father's room.
I also turn to Dormon, who is always there.
Yes.
I fucked that up, didn't I?
No, I think you made the right first step. To heal a wound, sometimes you've got to open it.
If you say so.
He seemed to respond positively. I don't think that hatred you think he has for you is as deep as you might think. He seems to look up to you a lot, Kagayaki, and well, I think you should keep trying. Don't shut yourself off from him. I'm proud of you, man, he says.
Yeah. I know you are. I honestly don't understand why sometimes, but I know.
I'd like you to raise your kind and lower your superior with Doraemon's influence. Do you accept that?
What's the worst that could happen? I'm just going to start missing rolls for one. I fucked that up. Okay. Yep. There we go.
I love how extreme your labels are, by the way. You've got like -2 +3, and then you've got like a couple of zeros in the middle.
It's weird. I used to be min-maxed, not anymore, I guess.
Yeah, so you enter your dad's room after speaking to Doraemon. He's lying on his bed. He's still pretty banged up and bruised. You heard from the other scientists that he was trying to help them get out before he put himself on the line to do that.
Damn it.
And that's why he got injured. The building collapsed just as he was getting out, and Sang-Lukmon pulled him from the rubble. It was quite lucky that Cutemon could tend to his wounds, because he would be a lot worse off if it wasn't for that.
If only he wasn't deposing, he could have helped more.
If only. But yeah, he's currently in bed. You see that he's turned on his side, looking out of one of the windows. He hasn't realised that you're coming through the door. What do you do?
Hey, how are you holding up?
He flinches in shock for a second and then looks around and goes, "Oh, Kagayaki, it's you. I was just looking out this window and trying to take in what view there is of this place." He says, "It's like, so I heard what happened with my Otismon. I'm sorry that it couldn't have worked out with him. He seemed to have a lot of resources that we could have used.
Yeah. But then that one thing happened.
I don't think staying in his home will be a very permanent solution to our problem. He said that there was a village shortly outside this place, right?"
Yes.
"Could you take me there soon? I'd like to see somewhere a little brighter than this desolate place."
That's the plan, yeah. I at least wanted to make sure this place can sustain itself first. Then we'd get out again and start doing things. It should be possible soon, I guess.
He sits up in his bed and starts coughing, and a little bit of blood comes out. And he's like, so how are you doing? I heard you got crushed by
I'm fine.
by a giant
It's just
hand or
anime injuries.
Just anime injuries. Yes, you are a protagonist after all. You could take a blow from an explosive and still be unscathed. He says, "Look, I'm incredibly proud of you. The Digimon that were injured told me how you were trying to talk down my Otismon.
Yeah, and failed spectacularly."
It's just good to see that the teachings that your mother and I have given you have rubbed off on you some, even though we're always working and never around that often to hang out with you. I always told you that violence was never the answer, and, well, I've always been inventing to try and get around violence, at least against other sentient life. I do deeply regret what I did to these Digimon when I first got here. I thought that they were some kind of monstrous aliens. There's nothing I can do to ever make up for what I did to them. But I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
So, I was gonna ask, do you have any ideas how we can get out of this digital world and get back home? As much as I really want to explore this place, it's kind of daunting knowing that we might never return home.
Well, we got in, we surely can get out, but it's... I'm sorry, just really low on the priority list right now.
I understand. The Digimon mentioned something about destiny and heroes saving the world, and...
Oh, I don't care about the prophecy bullshit, I just want to help.
Well, if you are a hero, I think you're doing a pretty damned up job of it.
At times, I guess.
I'm proud of you. I think that you're doing really well, and I think you're more of an expert on this place than I ever could be. So keep doing what you're doing, kid. And in the meantime, I'll work on some inventions of my own, eh? He says.
No, you will rest.
My rest is for the weak. Come on, I just want to tinker with some objects in the laboratory. You can help me get there, right?
You literally coughed up blood, so no.
Come on, you know how much I love to tinker.
Yeah,
I'm
I know,
bored
and
in
I
this
also know
room.
that you almost got crushed, so stay there.
Fine. Just promise me that we'll be out of here soon.
Yeah, soon as we can make sure that they can actually sustain themselves without us, we'll start working on the outside. After all, we need to make sure they can actually live. The sustenance is a temporary solution.
Well, speaking of sustenance, we did perfect the UV lights that you asked us to make. There's scientists down in the lab testing out the prototypes, and, well, they all seem to be functioning fine from what I've heard. So, potentially the food crisis might not be there for very much longer. And you could potentially free that tree in the back garden that you said was alive.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. That's one weight off my shoulders.
Well, I'm sure you're a very busy man, as I used to be. Feel free to do what you feel's right. And I'll be here, bored as ever, looking out this window, expecting great things.
And I'll sure try to deliver. I'm glad you're okay. I'm just glad you're okay.
Cool. I think we cut to Sonia next. Sonia, you are catching up with Stella still. The whole day that you've been catching up with her, talking to her, she's just been very sadly looking at her Digivice. What are you trying to do to cheer her up? Or are you trying to like inquise it into why she keeps looking at it? Or like what?
Don't worry. We saved a lot of people during our adventures, and we found another Digidestin once, and he was okay for a while on his own. So I'm sure your partner's fine. We'll if it's just the interference of the dark area, we will try just as we get out of here, and we'll find a way to um, help your partner if they're in trouble. Well, maybe they're not even in trouble at all, you know?
I hope so. I don't know why, but I just feel this strange sadness when I look at this Digivice. It's
Oh.
I get welled up and I don't know why, she says in like a tear trickles down her face.
It's okay. You can let it out if you want. Sometimes we don't understand why we said. Oh boy. There. Yeah.
I don't even know why I'm sad. I don't even know who my partner is, but I just thinking about them. It just, I don't know why. I feel this loneliness inside me, this huge guilt. Like I've lost someone close to me. I'm sure you know how that feels, right? After all, I left you for so long, even if it was unintentional.
Well, I'm sure your partner feels the same way too. It's the same way as I do. It's like it's not your fault, you know. It's he'll still forgive you. Oh, I know. Can I have a plot device vision on where our partner is, possibly? That could help her cheer up.
Sure. Remove 2 balance and I'll give you a vision.
I remove it, and what should I remove on these things? The inherited power. Never managed to use it right. Look.
So, you see, firstly, a vision of Stella. She's in the digital world, standing next to Einari and 3 other children.
What?
Each of them have partner Digimon. And they're fighting against a giant swarm of Caramon. The Caramon meld into one ginormous beast with spider-like legs, a big long tail, and they're fighting against it like fiercely. And the next shot you see is it's the name of the Digimon slipped my head. What's the mega form of Doraemon again that he was in his past life?
In the past life, Granddaddy Dragmon.
Grand Drakmon. Sorry, for some reason I was thinking like in my head.
Excuse me, I did not say that.
Yeah, you see a Grand Drakmon fighting against some royal knights. You then get a vision of this orb of green light that sort of starts glowing white, and then you see the entire world start to disintegrate from the outside in. And then you get another vision of...
Wow, okay.
Then you get another vision of a white Digi-Egg with red stripes around it, sitting in the middle of a forest. And you see an old man step over that Digi-Egg, holding his cane paw that he always does. And Digimon picks up the egg and says, "Oh, I'm sure you'll make a fine young fellow when you hatch," and takes it under his wing. And then the vision ends. You get to ask me a question. I will answer you honestly, and you can take +2 acting on the answer.
Fuck, but that's a lot of information you're throwing me off there. Oh, so many things I could ask, but I can't because I have my priorities right now. Oh, how dare you! That's just cruel, man.
Okay, so the important question first. What's Granddaddy Drachmon's stage name?
What's his stage name?
Yes.
The Granddaddy, obviously.
Oh, good. Okay.
Ooh.
We're on the same page.
Do I get the sense that this Digiegg is its partner, is Stella's partner?
Yeah,
If not,
the Digiegg is her partner. Reborn.
and is it if with Digimon right now? Is that what I'm getting at?
Yeah, you're getting that it's with Digimon.
Okay. So does that count on my question?
No, I think that was implicit in the vision. So you can ask a more
well,
complex
you made it
question.
explicit. Okay, so
But ain't you nice?
Digimon took it on. What's the timeline of events here? Like, the egg just hatched? Will it hatch in the future? What about the things before? What's the timeline exactly?
What do you mean? Sorry.
What? How far into the past or the future is it? Has it happened? Is the egg right there, right now, or is it something that's happened long ago, or something that will happen like not even close? So I know if the egg is right now under Digimon scale.
The egg was taken in roughly around the same time that Stella was found. That Stella was found by Myotismon, which was by her words a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, I guess. Whenever it was that she was found, that's basically when the egg was found. Obviously, she doesn't have a very accurate concept of time at the moment, so it could have been ages ago, it could have been very soon. But you know that the egg is still an egg, and it's under Digimon's care at the moment.
Stella, good news. I know where your partner is probably, and it's fine. Sort of. It's not in danger, so you can cheer up now. Yes, I guess you don't know. Part of being a Digidestin means that we get some weird powers sometimes, I guess, and I can see things. I have sort of weird visions sometimes that I can control, and not always, but most of the time. And I know where your partner is, and it's safe and right outside the dock area, actually. So.
No way.
Yeah.
You can have visions of the future, or
yeah,
past,
I think. Past, future.
Do I have powers? Do you know what I can do?
I don't
have
know.
This strange heart-shaped icon that keeps appearing on my device, and I have no idea what it means.
Well, all of our crests are specialized in some things and allow us to do weird stuff. Do we know? Do we know what our crest does? What our crests are? I guess I know.
I don't think we do.
Well, we can guess about some of them.
Yeah, I think for the most part you don't know what the crests are. You know that, like, they seemingly activate under certain conditions, and you could probably make inferences about that, but you don't know specifically like what each crest does or how to use each crest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So there's plenty we don't really know about these powers, but it's something that you can feel when the time is right. You know, it's like everything around you like brightens up, and suddenly you feel like you can do anything. And I don't really know how to explain it, but I'm sure when you find your partner, you'll have plenty of chances to discover what you can do. Oh, that can be exciting.
She gets really giddy, and she's like, "So when are we gonna go meet him? I want to go see my partner. Can we go now? Is that okay? I'm sorry, you probably have business here still, right? I don't want to rush you off or."
I think we've done what we had to mostly. Well, we'll have to ask the others if when when we'll go, and I think yeah, we probably it's not that far away. So well, once we're out of here, I guess. Uh, so yeah, we should go do that soon. We'll go ask.
Okay. And you said you wanted to talk to Vamdemon as well before you left, didn't you?
Right. Yes.
Cool. So I think we'll cut the scene there, and we'll go back to Taisto. Taisto, you have just reached the outskirts of the dark area, bringing Wegurumon, Minotaurmon, Gabumon, and Phascomon with you. You put the necklaces over the virus-type Digimon, and they take their first steps out of the dark zone in seemingly forever. You can see, like, the children are overwhelmed by the sight of sunlight. They're like, they've got that like googly-eyed anime style where they're like, ooh, shiny kind of thing. And they just can't get enough of how like green and beautiful everything looks. As Wegurumon steps out, he doesn't seem to be fazed by anything. He just keeps marching on. And Minotaurmon, he steps through, and he like drops to his knees, and like a tear trickles down his face. He's like, I thought I'd never see the sun again. Thanks for bringing me, kid. This means the world to me. There's so many materials here. I could make so many cool things.
Kagayaki, have you suddenly possessed Minotaur? No. Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that you're enjoying it, but we have a task here to do. And if we do it well, then everyone in the dark area will be able to enjoy the sunlight again.
I couldn't wish for anything else, he says. And he steps back up, says, so where is this village then? And he like lifts his like hand cannon up to his brow as if he's like searching through the trees.
I was really worried when he said, and he lifts his hand arm cannon thing, and I thought you were going to say that he's going to start wildly aiming at it somewhere as if to blast the village to smithereens.
Yes, he shoots at the village. That's his first object. Yeah, I won't you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So that's the points that in the right direction. It's just some direction in that way. So let's get a move on before they have a chance to repair everything without us.
Cool. You make it to the village. It's not very far away. It's probably about like a 15-minute walk from the dark zone. And you see several of the adult Digimon repairing the broken buildings, especially the smashed blender that you crashed through. The shards of glass are being picked out of the ground by various Digimon. You see Digimon is he's wandered into one of the buildings that looks like a cereal box, and as you like take a step into the village, everyone sort of gives the virus type Digimon that you've brought with you this sort of shifty, eerie
Oh,
kind of look,
one-
except for
one-
the virus Digimon that are living in the village, of course.
One detail: I'm also Ghostmon has also evolved to Flame Wizardmon,
So that he can be virus
just
type
to
too.
drive just to drive the point home.
Cool. I assume want to see Digimon as fast as possible, so you make your way over to the cereal box that's like as tall as a.
Actually, as we enter the village, I think first Deister would probably give some directions to the virus-type Digimon that he brought with him, have them start helping immediately, and then goes to see Digimon himself.
Would you bring one of them
that's
with you, or
diplomacy.
would it just be you and Digimon at this point?
It's probably better if we open the negotiations with just Deister and Digimon.
Okay. You go into the cereal box alone then, and you see Digimon. He's like stroking like a series of eggs inside the cereal box. They're nested in this metallic holster. Each one of them is. And they have like a fire burning beneath them, keeping them warm, which you assume is lit by like Meramon or somebody. He's currently like stroking the top of one of the eggs and talking to it, like, "I know you'll grow to be big and strong soon, and don't worry, we'll protect you. I know scary things can happen, and that can shock you, and we don't want that. I'll be keeping you safe for as long as I can," he says as he's like stroking the top of this egg.
Mm-hmm. Digimon.
Huh. Oh, Taisto, he says. Come in, my boy, come in. How goes your venture into the Darkstone, eh?
Yes, well, about that. First of all, I wanted to apologize for the way that I failed to stop Venom Vamdemon from wrecking out some havoc. But that's part of the reason why I'm here now. Would you care to come take a look outside with me, please?
I see no reason why not, he says, and he like plops the egg back into its holster.
And they're just raiding the place.
He like takes a step outside with you, and you see a commotion in the village.
What? One second.
There are a group of Digimon, and they're throwing rocks at the Digimon you brought with you. They're yelling obscene things like "Go back to where you came from. No one wants you here." You see there's virus type like rookie level Digimon in the city. They're like are standing up for them, like yelling out, "Give them a chance! They tried to help you, wouldn't they?" And like getting rocks thrown at them too.
Well,
Wow. All right, so Deister, of course, Deister predicted all of this with his 5,000 IQ and -2 in Superior. So he's not phased at all by this. What's going on in front of him? He basically just gestures at the crowd. He gestures for Digimon's benefit at the crowd, and is like, "Is this really what the kind of in sort of like, is this the kind of society that you want to live in?" Way, and then yells really loud so that everyone can hear with a commanding voice again that that's enough.
Bingo space!
Like literally everyone
You're
just like shuts up and like drops the rocks in their hands.
All right, sorry, I need to find Bolero again. There we.
I love this very like vampiric music that's going on.
well, thank you.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Kagayaki just ticked another box on his.
I did, yes.
Yes, of course he did. Yes.
We are at
Yes.
5.
Great
Do you
session.
have no shame at all? Any of you? Your home, I know that your home was just attacked by a virus-type Digimon, a powerful virus-type Digimon. But the one you should be blaming for that is me.
Everyone
Because
gasps.
Because as you may have seen, I let it happen. I failed you, and I tried to protect you and endangered everyone in this village for that. Not these virus-type Digimon, who have now come here out of their own goodwill to help you. Fred, please. Fred, no. Sorry. Where was I? Do you know what it's like to live in the dark area? Who of you have seen what it's like to live in the dark area? Because I've been there. It is a desolate place. There is no hope, no food, no sunlight, and no inkling or chance that tomorrow would be any better than today is. These Digimon who have now ventured out of there to help you, who have always had everything at your disposal, because Digimon has been taking very good care of you. These Digimon who have come out of the dark area, who have nothing, are giving out from the goodness of their hearts to help you. And you throw rocks at them just because they're virus type. Is this the kind of village that you want to live in? Is this the kind of life you want to lead, where those who have nothing are discriminated against because they have nothing, even when they give out of their nothing to help you? Have you no shame?
Digimon
I think so.
Digimon steps up beside you, and he says, "You brought people from the Dark Zone here? Why? They're sealed in that place for a reason. Those Digimon are nothing but trouble, waiting to happen. We've seen it time and time and time again. The children, they're savable, but once evolved, their natures cannot be changed so easily." And Wegarurumon yells out like, "See, Taisto! I told you this was a waste of time. They'll never accept us."
I know that there is a lot of hard blood and history between these virus attribute Digimon that are more accurately described by them having the Nightmare Soldier field, but I'm not going to get into that. And, well, you, Digimon. But you're wrong. The only reason there was any hesitation from these Digimon at all when I asked them to come here was because they feared that this would be the exact reaction they get. That even if they come here to help, you'll just shun them and try to throw them away, to cast them back into the Dark Zone where they have nothing, where they live only so they could only so they could die with even less of what they had. They want and deserve the same kind of resources and possibilities that you do. you who live out here in the outside of the dark zone, where the sun actually shines and the earth grows food for you that you can eat. They have nothing. Imagine if this village did not exist. If right now what happened was that this village exploded to pieces and you were left with nothing. How would you feel? Would you go for and seek help? Would you maybe go to the next town over and ask if they would be able to find a place for you that you could contribute to get what you need to live? That is what is happening in the dark zone. There are no villages, and there is no place for you to sit or sleep or eat or work, because there is nothing to go around.
Roll to stand up for something, Toaster.
Thanks.
Also, sorry if you heard a whole bunch of racket just then. My my wife came in and couldn't get something out of a drawer,
No,
so it was
I
like
didn't
very
hear.
noisy.
That's an 11, which means I get to pick 2. Yay! The listeners can't keep doing what they're doing. What a surprise. And just to make sure the listeners can't attack me without losing status or position.
Okay.
The babies were so close to attacking too.
I'm more worried about Digimon, to be honest.
I
Either
mean, I
way,
don't think Digimon would ever attack you, Toaster.
Yeah, I was kind of counting on it, but you know, he's very racist, so
He I think he's like dumbfounded for words because he was being quite harsh, and then when you put it that way, he like strokes his big beard, and it's like I was told that they were all menaces and that they deserved to be in there. I never suspected that virus type Digimon could be helpful. He says as he strokes his beard further. He's
Yes.
like,
well, they're here to help.
There.
And
You see, I have reservations mainly because of an old friend of mine. He was a virus himself, and whilst he was good for a while, he left the group and followed his own path, shall we say. Not a very nice one.
Gaiamon!
Don't worry, we killed him.
It's not Gaiamon, actually.
It is Gaiomon he's talking about.
Thank me later for killing
No.
that asshole then.
No, it can't be Gaiamon, because Gaiamon is a statue. If Gaiamon had already left the group by then, how has he become a statue?
Don't worry about it.
He returned for
that's
the final
good.
confrontation, obviously.
Oh, right, of course. Yes, of course. He had his own Act 3 separation arc.
Yes,
Wasn't he
did.
killed by Grand Drachmon?
He was. He was.
Shh, don't worry about it.
Fair
He
enough.
was killed by Grand Drachmon and also somehow turned into a statue, and that happened off screen, so we don't
Jedi
really know how it
ghost.
happened.
He was a Jedi ghost.
Yes, so you don't need to explain shit.
Yes.
A wizard did it.
A wizard did it. Probably Wizardmon.
Wizardmon did it.
Maybe Sorcerermon.
Yes.
Who knows?
All right. Sorry, back on track. A friend of his gave him the reservations. Yes.
Yes.
Or he was reserved because of his friends. All right. Well, they are now here to help, and it looks to me like you could. There's a lot of static coming from your microphone, Anthony.
From mine. It might be because I'm fiddling with my headset. Is it stopped now?
Yes, it's stopped now.
Yeah, it's because I'm fiddling with my headset. Sorry.
Alright.
It's-
And from
it's-
what I could
it's
tell,
not even connected to the microphone. It's like just the hearing part I'm fiddling with.
maybe there's a contact error somewhere. I don't know.
Maybe.
But they're here to help now. So, and to me, it looks like you could use some help after what I caused. So how about we let them go back to work? They can help, and we could go and talk a bit to the side.
Very well, he says. He's like, now you kids behave yourselves. We have honored guests. He says honored guests like he's like it's hard for him to say those words. It's like we have honored guests in our village, and we ought to treat them with respect, no matter how we may feel about them on the inside. They are guests of the Digidestins.
Jesus Christ, old man.
So, leave them unharmed. And, like, everyone, like, parts ways and, like, lets Wizardmon and his gang through. And, I think...
Alright.
I think, Wizardmon squares up to Digimon. And he was like, I knew I was right to leave this dump. And he turns his back and goes to help the villagers.
An old friend, I see. Faisto gestures or beckons to Gabumon, actually, to, you know, join him and Digimon. Flame Wizardmon can stay. So he and Gabumon could go and talk to Digimon, and the rest can, you know, help around. Also, this music should be changed by now.
Sure. So you go into Digimon's large cardboard box home with the tin on top, and sit by the fireplace in the rocking chairs that they have available. One of the rookie Digimon in Digimon's house brings you hot chocolate. I want to say it's like a Patamon or something. He like rocks in his chair and he's like, so tell me, Taisto, why have you let these Digimon out of their prison?
I'm sorry, was I somehow unclear? These Digimon that you have imprisoned in the dark area don't deserve to be there.
So you say,
as I show...
when the Celestials brought them to us and shoved them in there, or when they went there of their own volition, the Celestials told us they deserved to be in there, and the Celestials wouldn't lie, Taisto.
Well, then the Celestials are wrong. Because I have been to the dark area. I'm not sure if... Have you ever been to the dark area?
Yes, I have.
When?
It was many, many moons ago, Taisto.
Yes, and I have been there.
Evil there.
Today.
I sealed away
a
great evil trying to escape the Dark Zone. I sealed away that pesky ice sorcerer that's coming back. I've been in that Dark Zone at least several times throughout my lifetime. It's not a nice place, but it's not designed to be a nice place. The people living there are prisoners for a reason.
Have you considered that maybe the fact that you have designed the dark area to be miserable is exactly the problem? The only reason anyone in the dark area holds resentment against those who live outside it is exactly because they are there without any actual crime that they themselves have committed, and they have nothing, while outside you have, well, everything by comparison. And weird flex, but I also actually have participated in killing vanquishing a great evil that's threatening to burst out of the dark area. But unlike you, I actually realize that the actions of Venom Vamdemon do not reflect on everyone who harbors the virus attribute.
I suppose you could be right, Taisto. Not every Digimon has the potential to stay evil. You see, as you know, Digimon evolve and change over time, but as they become older, their evolution solidifies. They lose the ability to change nature. Once you're someone of Wizardmon's age, it's very, very unlikely they'll see change before their life's end.
Is that why you're such a racist?
I agree. Young Digimon might have the capacity for change. This Gabumon, for instance. You're not all bad, are you? He's just like sipping cocoa and like wiggling his feet at the end of a rocking chair. Not paying attention to the really heavy conversation that's going on around him at all. Just happy that he's tasting hot chocolate for the first time.
Score. His father isn't all too bad either, despite all the kinds of things that you keep saying about him. All he wants, Gabumon's father, is for his son and all the others in the dark area to have a chance at a life that is something other than just scavenging and preying on those Digimon that are more vulnerable than they are. Because as much as you would try to use it as a proof of their nature, they literally do not have anything in there. They have, if they want to survive, then they have no other option but to compete, perhaps violently, for the very, very few resources that you have deigned to grant them.
Then what would you have me do? Close the whole barrier around the dark area? What if there are more Digimon just like Venom Vamdemon, waiting for their opportunity to strike, to attack us?
The only reason there are Digimon, or there have been Digimon like Venom Vamdemon, is precisely because they have nothing. You have created your own enemy. Every one of them that has attacked because you have not given them anything to work with. You have given them no other choice. I want to see peace restored here and justice brought to these Digimon that have been wronged for centuries. If we give them a chance at peace to have what they have been denied without having to take it from someone else, I'm sure that they will take the option. And if not, then I guess I'll just have to beat them up.
Is that why my children keep leaving me? He says. Is that why they're kept being tempted by that dark stone? Because I drive them away to it? Because I offer them nothing? they simply
Well,
power hungry.
you're the one with 1,000 years of wisdom, so
Even with wisdom, doesn't come sense sometimes. I regret if I have been pushing people away that aren't meant to be pushed away. You understand that the Celestial's words, they're like law, Taisto. They're the ultimate judgment, the keepers of light and darkness. They imprisoned these Digimon in the dark area because they felt they would become a threat to the digital world if left unchecked. I doubt that they would just seal away a Digimon because they wanted to, or because they felt threatened themselves. But if you, a Digidestined, can see good in these people, I see no reason to keep them locked away.
I'm very relieved to hear that. If it is the law that has determined that these Digimon that have not wronged anyone, most of them haven't. Most of them aren't given a chance to wrong anyone before they're killed. If the law has determined that they are evil, then the law is wrong. I would very much love to have a chat with these Celestials to plead the case with them and to see what kinds of factors led to them being coming to this decision. Because you may trust them, but from anything I've heard, they don't seem very trustworthy. But we should start with the matter that is within our power, and we should discuss getting these Digimon out of the dark area to give them chance, to give them hope, give them the light that they've been missing, to inspire them with the courage to go towards the future, to help them with the knowledge of what we may have to give them about living with the kinds of friends that they have not been able to make because they've had to fight forever. So, how should we go about it?
He strokes his beard again, and he's like, whilst their words may be law, you are a Digidestined, Taisto. The Digidestined's sole purpose is to eradicate darkness from the land. If you see it fit that the dark area is not doing its job of keeping away the darkness and is actually fostering it instead, we need an alternative plan. I suggest that we evacuate the safe Digimon and then erect plans to take down the dark area and replace it with something more rehabilitative. How does that sound?
Sorry, I'm just reading the crew's other suggestions for the plan.
Kill all the babies.
Dearest Waldo. Yes, that I think that's a very good idea. Where I come from, we don't really believe in punitive justice all that much. Rehabilitative justice is where it's at. We should probably see if we could get these some of the Digimon out of the dark area, have them settle outside of the dome. There's lots of empty forest out there, and we could try and see if they could form this the kind of society that we would like to see from them, and then eventually take down the dark area and get something done like that. Yes.
You see Digimon get kind of giddy and excited at the prospect of more Digimon being around. His village, whilst bustling with children, is quite lonely.
Yeah, he's not going to get anywhere near them. He's not going to get anywhere near them. Jeez, no. We should probably get someone like Leomon to help us, guide these dark area Digimon. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I mean, I'm sure he'd
We'll
be
call this
thrilled.
place Icon Village Part 2.
This is Start Menu Village.
I like Reboot Town. That sounds like a good, appropriate name.
It'd be even funnier if they lived in a giant old boot or something.
Oh yes, of course, it's Boot Town. It has to be Boot Town because it's yes. Because it's a reboot is not a noun.
Well, it has to be Reboot Town
Boot.
because they're being rehabilitated in Boot Town. It's short to reboot. Anyway.
Okay, well, fine. We'll go with Reboot Town.
We'll brainstorm names later.
Not really that
No,
important.
Daisto is literally founding the town right now. No one else gets to say it's Reboot Town. That's what we're going with.
Cool. So I think the next scene that I want to frame is Sonia in the basement. You've gone to see Vamdemon. He's currently tied up in rope. Lord knows how it's holding him, considering how strong he is. I assume that there's still like the magical Cherrymon sunlight stick stuck in him, draining his powers or something. He looks kind of weak.
It's fine. It's just
drained.
acupuncture.
And as you step in, his head kind of snaps up, and he like spits on the ground in front of you. What do you do, Sonia?
Okay. Starting off on the wrong foot. It's fine. I get we are all a bit tense right now. Look, I know we haven't seen eye to eye lately, but we don't hate you necessarily. I'm really mad that you just kidnapped my friend and treated her like an object. But I'm just, I don't think you meant any harm by it. I just wanted to know, do you feel bad about all of this? Because, that's kind of a crime where we're from, locking children away in a locked closed room with barely any food or water. That's not very good. You know that.
I'm a collector. I collect rare, beautiful things. I'd never met a human before, your friend. I obviously didn't know how to keep one. But a Digidestined, a Digivice, to add to my collection.
Well, a human is not really part of a collection. A Digimon, for the matter, is not part of a collection. Living beings are not part of any collections. They're living beings. I've thought about this ever since I saw those poor Candlemon just treated as mere props, and those war workers that didn't seem to be treated super well, but you don't seem to be a people person. You don't really get that. That's not how it works.
Do
You
you
should treat people.
do you understand just how rare a human is in the digital world? How much a human is worth? My collection isn't for myself. I build up these rare items, these amazing artifacts that, well, I can't help but be fascinated with, but I intended to sell them. To raise enough profit to bring everyone out of poverty until you showed up and, well, I was given an alternative way out and you squandered it.
Well, we're fixing things right now, and we're trying to grow crops, and we're trying to look. We're going to help bring everyone out eventually. Also, we're the Digitest team, and we want what's best for everyone. Okay, even you. But you can't just lock away people and sell them like as you please. How do I explain this? Yes, we're very rare. I get that there's not that many humans around here, much less people that save the world. Although I guess there's mostly, well, there's more humans than that now, I guess. Well, never mind. Just being rare doesn't mean that we're just up for grabs, you know? We have lives, desires, and stuff we need to do. Did you ask her if she wanted to be locked up in a way without anything? Probably not. She didn't like it. She was barely even conscious when I first found her, you know?
Nonsense. I gave her bits every day.
Oh, no. Oh. We need food, Vandemon. Water, more importantly, water. I guess we're technically data in this, but I saw she was not healthy. I don't think she would have survived very long if I didn't come around. You know that.
The books that I've read on humans always tell me that they're gaunt and pale, stand tall, and some have arched backs. They dress in formal attire such as myself. She looked perfectly pale and tall and gaunt to me. I was looking after her just fine. Besides,
I think you're...
now that there's 7 of you, her value is greatly diminished to me. But that platinum Numamon in there, he's one of a kind. The first and only Numamon to eat platinum metal and digivolve because of it.
But he's also alive. How would you like it if we started selling you away for a good price for someone else, treating you like just a painting on the wall because our books said it was okay? You know, books...
I would obviously fight tooth and nail to not have that happen. However, this is a dog-eat-dog world, if you hadn't noticed. Survival of the fittest and all.
Well, we're fighting for that to no longer be the case. We want a world that's peaceful for everybody.
Well, good luck. I doubt you'll have that with the Celestials, and the Vortex Warriors, and all manner of holy Digimon stepping on our parade.
Oh, trust me, I'm not very fond of all of this either. Frankly, I'm going to have a few words with them too. But we're not going to go anywhere if we keep treating people and Digimon like dirt. Have a little respect and compassion.
Have a little respect? Have a little compassion? Why don't you go and tell that to the angels that put us in this prison in this goddamn hellhole? Why don't you tell that
not
to
here right
Digimon,
now.
who maintains the barrier and prevents us from having sunlight and basic digital needs?
Well, we'll go do that when we have the occasion. Frankly, since Digimon is right outside, as soon as we're out, that's probably what we'll do. And we have also have business anyways, so we'll go tell him that's not okay. That's not acceptable. And when we know where the Celestials are and who they are, because we haven't met them yet, we'll talk to them also, and we'll try to fix them up too. Fix, not them, but we'll try to come to an arrangement that will please everybody. Okay? Can you trust us? We've tried to help you ever since we got here, you know? The legend said that we're supposed to destroy the virus Digimon on sight, and yet we have not done that so far. Isn't that worth something?
Is that a threat?
No. Oh, man. I guess I'm not good at this. This is not a threat. This is a proof that we care. That if the legends were true, we would have destroyed you because we care about preserving light or whatever concept there is. I don't know. But we care about everybody. We think you've had a rough deal. Frankly, this place is not suitable for anyone. And yes, we're going to fix this. But everybody involved needs to be compassionate. And even you, I get that things were rough. I get that things are awful here. And that you have all the reasons in the world to be mad. But that doesn't give... But if you start and stooping to their level and treating other people just as bad as they are, well, that makes you... No, that doesn't make you any good then. Because you've been kept prisoner in this place forever, and you've also kept a human prisoner and a Digimon prisoner against their will. You've done exactly the same thing as those Celestial you keep on rattling about.
I had no choice.
Well, maybe, but now you do. See? Right? We can let bygones be bygones, and you can swear to not, keep kids and Digimon in your super secret lair, like some criminals would do, and you start just caring about your people. You can stay the lord of the place. Obviously, people do care somewhat about your presence here. They've listened to you, and you have a lot of influence, and that's good. And you can do the right thing too. I think just we can start and do better. I know we've not done the best job as well, and frankly, no one has done a great job. So you're not the only one to blame. I don't think I am just chewing you out because I dislike you or anything. Just I understand, but please, can we do better in a way that won't hurt people?
I think my Otismon says, that sounds like a very good deal to me. If you let me out of these bindings and allow my freedom, I promise, hand on heart, he says, as he attempts to lift his arm but can't because it's bound behind his back. Hand on back, I guess, that I will not attempt to revolt. I will not capture any living beings into my collection. And in return, on top of my freedom, you Digidestined will work towards the freedom of the Dark Area. Every single one of us. We don't deserve to be down here, no matter how evil some of us might be.
I agree with this. That sounds like a good plan. No more freaky, huge monster stuff. At least for now. Don't attack people unprovoked.
When you say freaky monster stuff, he instantly bows his head down to the ground.
Oh.
In like the classic Japanese apologetic-y kind of way. And he's like, I am so sorry that you had to see me like that. Please, erase that memory from your mind.
That's unexpected. Sure, I can't control my mind, but I'll do my very best. I won't tell a soul. Promise? And in return, you'll be good, okay? If you're good, we don't have anything against you. Is Kagayaki here? Am I alone in this negotiation?
Kagayaki can be there if you would like to be.
Actually, I wanted to gather up some Digimon and have the final speech before we are ready to leave.
Okay. So I'm on my own.
Wait,
and
having a final speech with Vamdemon or having a final speech with those Digimon that you're gathering up, sorry?
With those Digimon, probably.
Okay, cool.
Unless we can have that be after Vamdemon's done and he can listen to us well. He's part of them after all.
I'll bring you out. I won't remove the restraints just yet because I don't want to do anything that will make Kagayaki mad again. But since you seem repentant and stuff, I think we can trust you. I know that things were really not easy for you, and you better make sure you keep your promise, okay?
Young lady, I always keep my word.
Good. Well, then let's go. I'll ask for permission, and everything should be good. Follow me.
He looks at the binding around his ankles.
Yes, maybe those. Do we have a key or?
It's a true rope, so.
Yeah, it's just
some kind of extremely strong rope that Kageyaki's come up with because it's holding an ultimate level Digimon. But yes, some kind of rope.
They are still fighters. Them impossible to break. Or some shit.
So Pillamon will probably evolve to Shipmon because Pillamon is just a little bit big and probably is not that strong. So
you can't cut it, you just can't break it with force.
We can't break it with force.
If you could, he'd be out by now.
Probably. But do we have a system to open those up?
I mean, just cut it with something.
Will that constitute force?
It's a rope. You can't cut a rope. You can't break open a rope. That's the point of bindings.
I assumed it was a magic rope. Okay. Well, I'll find a knife in the kitchen and I'll bring the knife downstairs and I'll cut the rope.
Okay.
The non-magic rope.
Yeah, Vamdemon follows you up the stairs. We'll then cut to Kagayaki. Which Digimon are you gathering up?
I'm telling them to gather as many people as they can. I'm basically going to ask them all for something.
Okay, so you gather all the people that have moved into the mansion. Various rookie and champion level Digimon, including the Dark Lizardmon that used to guard the mansion doors. There's some Devi Dramons, there's Tsukaimon, a couple of Bakamon.
Okay, if more people will come outside, then I do it outside at the thingy that Vamdemon used.
Sure, you stand on top of the podium that Vandermon used.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to apologize for cutting your revolt sword. It was something that we couldn't allow to happen, but I still understand that you finally saw your chance to get out, and we did take that from you. But besides that, our Freddy? Okay. Our project for the artificial sunlight and the greenhouses is almost complete. After it is done, you will no longer have an issue with food, so you won't actually have to fight among yourselves. And since that will be done and you will be able to actually sustain yourselves properly, it is now the time for me to ask you all for a huge favor on my part. We will soon have to leave the dark area ourselves and start working on getting the world to actually accept you, so you can get out as well. However, that does not seem like a short-term thing to me, which is why we created the greenhouse in the first place. And also, because of the Sorcerimon, it is unfortunately not something we can entirely focus all our energy on immediately. We'll first have to deal with the Sorcerimon, since what they are doing could potentially ruin the entire world, and if there is no world, there's nothing for you to come to get out and be in, freedom. So I am here to ask all of you to please keep your faith in us and continue being patient. I give you my word, we will be working as hard as we possibly can to make it so you can get out of here as soon as you can. And I understand that it is unfair to ask you to wait after all of this. But we are doing all we can, and we do want to fix the situation. So, and I give them the classic Japanese bow. Please, just put your faith in us, and I promise you, we will get you out.
They all applaud for you. There's like mumbles from the crowd, like, look, see, they are keeping their promise. They told us that they'd help us get out, and we will peacefully, and all that kind of stuff. There's like howls from the back from like some of the Digimon who like over the moon that you're saying that the greenhouse is almost done, and the UV light's almost done, so they can have sunlight again, or at least an imitation of sunlight for their crops and whatnot. And maybe potentially they'll be able to start rebuilding homes in the area rather than just live out of the mansion of the person that oppressed them for a while. Yeah, I think how does it make you feel to like give a successful speech? Because Kageyaki isn't like a majorly sociable person. He's not a very like outspoken person either. Like, I assume that giving a speech like that is
I
very
apologize, but you'll
uncomfortable.
have to the headphones just fucked off when you started talking, so you'll have to repeat that.
I was saying, how does it make Kageyaki feel that he delivered a successful speech? because obviously he's not a very outspoken person. He's very to himself, so giving that speech probably wasn't very easy for him. Because everybody seems to like be taking your word as like you are going to help them, you are pushing forward. There is a priority that comes first, but they understand the roadmap and they appreciate it. So how does that make Kagayaki feel that he got his point across?
Oh, he lets out the biggest sigh he's let out in a while. Finally, after so long, he actually managed to talk to someone properly. Last time it worked was on Hirgamon, so it's been a while.
Congratulations.
It's honestly a huge weight off his shoulders. He didn't know how they would react to him asking them to be even more patient than they already have been. And he's just really, really relieved and glad that they actually wholeheartedly agreed, and mass at that.
I think everybody in the mansion, at least, believes that you are going to help them. They've seen the work the scientists are putting in. They heard the big speech that Taisto gave last episode, and they've like seen that you're not there to hurt them and that you are there to help them. So they like believe you wholeheartedly.
2 episodes ago.
2 episodes ago, yeah. So after delivering that nice speech, I think the camera pans out, and we see Taisto and Digimon step out from the hut in Digimon's village, look up at the sky where it's nice and bright, and then the sky suddenly turns dark. You see Digimon. This is the wrong type of music. I need like nightmarish music. Digimon drops to his knees and starts coughing. This purple smoke coming from his mouth as he does. You see Taisto around the village. Basically, all the Digimon are coughing and spluttering and falling to their knees. You see Flame Wizardmon is coated in this orange glow that's emanating from your Digivice, and he seems unfazed by whatever's happening. But this thick purple fog has descended upon Digimon's village. And when you look up at where the sun used to be, there is a giant purple sphere flying towards the village, and it's where this purple stuff's leaking out of. And as you like pull out the telescope that I think you mentioned you had in the first episode, you can see in the center of the purple ball is Metal Greymon, looking as angry as hell.
You mean Steel Greymon?
Body shaming mode.
Metal Greymon Virus X Antibody is
Body shamer mode.
It's flying towards you.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Something emanating from him is causing all the Digimon to become very sick. He will land in moments. What do you do?
Well, when he tries to land, what is it?
Ha 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 ha! That is not even my fault.
What is? Where is it? What have you put in?
I tried to play that, but someone took my spot.
There we go. All right. So he's going to try to land, but what he will meet is the power of the Digidestined Taisto. Oh Jesus, I said that word. Ew. Chosenmon Taisto. And his partner Digimon, Flame Wizardmon, who is going to who are going to spring forward, and Flame Wizardmon thrusts his matchstick staff batons forward, and a torrential pillar of flame is going to shoot out of the ground and try to smack smacks against the purple sphere that Metal Greymon is in to try and burst it away and blow it to bits. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Roll to directly engage a threat. Do so with disadvantage.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I know. I know the drill, Dad.
Okay, the prophecy says that Taisto will die this episode, so that we know what happens.
Just checking, that's true, that's correct. Yes, okay, yes, and okay, cool, yes. It's a 5.
Oof.
Yes. Not quite enough.
So, Flame Wizardmon fires this massive torrent of torrential fire towards the sphere that houses Metal Greymon. You see, as the fire approaches Metal Greymon, he just blinks out of existence, and he appears again.
Nani?
Right in front of
Hi, hi.
Taisto. His eyes glow.
I'm in danger.
A bright purple. The virus emanating from his body,
He's a Digidestined as well.
has huge pressure on the area. All the Digimon affected by this virus collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He lets out a large roar, and aims into the sky behind him, where Flame Wizardmon is, and fires his railgun at him. Taisto, you're in danger.
And we're not in danger in any kind of way.
The fact that
But yes,
he dodged like that makes you feel very hopeless. I bet you to mark that.
There it is.
Just because you've never seen anything move that fast in your life. It was so fast you couldn't see it.
hi.
Oh no.
I like how Taisto was like, "Don't worry, we'll fix everything," and 2 minutes later, "Oh no, I can't do shit."
Once it's fucked.
We're going to fix everything, and then immediately the apocalypse happens.
It's yeah, we can't get 5 fucking minutes of calm.
All right. Okay, so
You see around you, all the trees are starting to die as well. It's not just the Digimon being affected.
oh god. Okay, so sorry, just collecting my thoughts. So Steel Greymon is trying to railgun Flame Wizardmon to smithereens. That's
Yes.
what's happening.
And at the same time, he is threatening you by roaring in your face.
I don't. I think as the roaring Metal Greymon roars in Taisto's face. This is actually not the correct song for that being roared at.
I am being roared at, but I'm still heroic.
Yes.
I'm scared of you, but in a brave way. Hopefully that doesn't get copyrighted.
Yeah. I don't know. Is this one of the things that was in the copyrights? Because
Well, I don't know. It's Digimon
all right. Well,
Adventure,
just someone else put something on then. I told you I'm not I shouldn't be DJing.
Okay.
All right. Kagayagi is going to give something. Perhaps or perhaps not.
There we go.
There we go.
There
All
it
right.
is.
Yes. So there's this Steel Greymon is roaring at Taisto, and he takes. I think it would be appropriate here if Taisto falters. He takes a step back in as he's quite hopeless at this. He doesn't think. just right now, he was roughly sure that he could fix everything that was wrong with the digital world, and then immediately the reality of the digital world smacks him in the fucking face with Steel Greymon just appearing out of nowhere, apparently impervious to anything he would ever want to try and accomplish, and now he's in mortal danger, which is something that he literally actually wanted to avoid in the first place. And so I think what happens is that Daisto just doesn't act. Yeah, I don't think he can act in this situation. So I imagine Flame Wizardmon is going to get blasted to bits.
Are you trying to get killed, or? I mean,
Yes, by definition, I think.
Yes, so if you don't do anything, the railgun fires. Flame Wizardmon, like, still in shock that the Metal Greymon in front of him just vanished, gets blasted in the back, and a large hole rips its way through his stomach, and he drops to the ground. Could you roll to take a powerful blow? You can use your move if you'd like to, where you like stand strong against the more terrible enemy or whatever, or you could decide to roll the usual take a powerful blow move, which might be more fitting in this situation where Taisto's not acting. I'm not sure which one you prefer to use.
Huh. No, that's actually a very good point. Let me just real quick see about that. I still think that I don't really have. If we were playing with rules of reason, I don't think I have any other option but go with never give up, never surrender. So I guess I'll roll that.
Okay.
Where's the dice rolls? There it is. All right, yeah.
Yes, but you
Yeah,
are acting
he
selfish
fucking-
because
he
you're
fucking
solo.
Dice to fucking dice. So,
So you
splint
Yeah,
to us. Oh, you die.
you don't stand
Yes.
strong against the blow.
no.
Mark potential though, because you failed the roll.
No!
The silver lining for the enemy.
I love
That's
how
what you wanted all along.
I love how marking a potential fee is bad now.
Yeah, it's awful.
But yeah,
It's
he.
extra bad. Missing move is extra bad. But yeah,
What does it look like
so-
when Taisto doesn't rally from a hit?
yeah, so Flame Wizardmon has a hole in his hole that goes through his stomach, apparently, and I imagine he would be tossed or ragdolled by the force of the blow at the wall of the wall of a building that's behind him. You know, doing the typical anime smack where it's just, you know, there's a billows of like gravel and smoke, and leaves a dent in the wall. And Taisto starts backing away in terror. Then before he like collapses, he trips. Yes, that's the word. Trips. He trips behind and falls flat on his ass, and his Digivice is knocked out of his hand. He scrambles to try and get away from Steel Greymon towards the soon-to-be remains of Flame Wizardmon.
So you're scrambling towards him. Steel Greymon, after railgunning your partner, he says out loud, "Now everyone's beneath me. And once I deal with you Digidestined, nothing will stand in my way." And he, as you start to run away, he blinks out of existence again and appears in front of you once more and says, "Where do you think you're going?" And he grabs you with his really sharp metallic claws, and lifts you up towards his face. And he's like, "Everyone around you is going to die today, Taisto, for what you did to me. How does it feel?" And he throws you on the ground, ragdolling you away. I would like you to, from the influence of Steel Greymon, raise your unique and lower your superior, please.
I can't do that.
Okay, mark a condition instead. That makes sense.
Oh, do I want to reject the influence? No, I don't think he's able to reject the influence. Let's see. We'll go with afraid. Yeah, I think afraid is the most appropriate one here.
Cool.
It's something that Taisto basically he left the party specifically so that he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Fred, please.
Bad timing for that. Huh?
Fred is dead. Fred is dead.
Yes, Fred is dead.
Fred
But here we
gives up.
go again. I think Taisto would, if he's still conscious from being knocked around like that, he would just try crawling towards. Well, I think you mentioned that everyone else is about to die except Flame Wizardmon, who's actually also about to die, but he's the one lifeline of safety that there might even be here. Towards the smoking wreck of wherever Flame Wizardmon landed. He's going to try and scramble away from the literal mortal peril towards there.
Cool. You crawl, your legs heavy behind you, your body bruised and battered. The virus continually getting thicker and heavier in the air. You can see it's starting to affect Flame Wizardmon as well. The smoky miasma coming out of his lungs. You also see in the very distance the wall of the dark area being hit by this virus and being eaten away as Digimon is slowly being killed by this virus. The life force energy he's providing to the barrier is dissipating, and patchy holes are starting to rip in the seams of the dark area. You crawl your way to Flame Wizardmon. You manage to place a hand on his boot and pull yourself up alongside him. What do you do?
That's a really good fucking question.
Do you want me to jump to what the others are doing so that you can have a think?
I'm just trying to figure out how much time we have left, because it is actually three minutes past where we usually end.
Yes.
So then again, we don't have anyone here who's.
I mean, we could leave it on
usually
a dramatic cliffhanger and come back next week to the desperate scene of Taisto scrambling up to Flame Wizardmon. And...
I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine continuing myself. I'm just trying to figure out where the rest of us are at, because for the rest of us, it's actually it's midnight for me and Ellie, and Elephant's 11 p.m. and for you it's 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Usually you're the one with the most.
I'm fine for a while, but
Yes.
it depends
I
for
can
you, I
keep
guess.
going today as well.
Okay, so long as you guys are happy continuing, we'll continue for a little bit longer.
All right.
Extension! Yes! Now we can see Taisto die in 4K.
Yes! How long I've waited.
Taisto finally dies.
At last.
I had to see the prophecy through, you see. If Pablo wasn't there, something had to kill Taisto.
You can't change your fate.
Can't escape from crushing fate.
I think the next thing that you see Taisto when you're over by Flame Wizardmon, scrambling up to him to try and see if he's okay, you see the Metal Greymon like at high speeds rush towards the village, and he tears open the roof of one of the boxes that make up the buildings in the village, and he says, "Found you." It's the building that Pablo is currently resting in. He fell unconscious after the Digivolution energy took a lot out of him. Pablo's now in danger.
Oh wow, Pablo is literally here. Oh god, I forgot.
Wow.
Well, yes. Physically he is here.
Yes, true.
Mentally he is not.
Yes.
Why are you T-posing, you weirdo? And you jizz into the roof.
Yeah.
I love
I
how
think-
the posing actually works.
I feel dominated somehow.
I forgot that Pablo is actually here in the village, like physically. And I think that actually does change a bit of what does change Daisto's disposition a bit, because let's see if I can put this to words. Flame Wizardmon like alive still.
He is alive, but he has a big hole in his stomach at the moment.
All right. Can I get something really dramatic, please?
I'll see what I can find. Dramatic in the...
In the all hope is lost sense.
I'll see. Okay. Well, it might take a while, so just continue.
That was actually okay.
Does that work? Is that too quiet and sad?
Oh, sad is fine. I'm not sure if we can make it here, buddy. I thought that if we could get away from the others for a bit, we could find our way around here to not be, so that I wouldn't be gripped by this fear that I've been having that we would lose. And then, as soon as we get out, we find the most powerful foe that we've ever encountered before. I don't know how we were going to get out of this one. Now he's going to kill us, and he's going to kill Pablo, and he's going to kill everyone in the village, and then probably the rest of Sonia and Kagayaki and Zachary, Stella, eventually Einari.
He coughs up some like data comes out of his mouth, and he's like, "No, that's not the Taisto I know. The Taisto I know would stare his fear straight in the face and punch it with all his resolve."
But I've never been this afraid before. I like everything that we've encountered has pointed that I should be the brave and courageous one that would save the day in the face of defeat. But how can I be the brave and courageous one if I'm constantly afraid? He's going to destroy us.
You have to understand, Taisto. Being brave isn't about never fearing anything. Being brave is about doing something despite being afraid of it. That's what bravery is. That's what courage is, Taisto. You have to remember, Taisto, you have to remember that you may be scared, but the others are depending on you. We left them. They're your friends, Taisto. They need you more than ever, especially with this threat coming.
Oh, I've been such an idiot. No, you're right. Well, here goes nothing, I guess. Let's if this is the end, then I was really happy to know you. Hey, dumbass!
Metal Greymon's head swizzles towards you.
If you want to take Pablo, you'll have to go through me first. I don't know if I can beat you, but I sure as fucking hell I'm going to try, because I abandoned my friends twice now before. But don't ever let anyone fucking say that I would abandon them a third time. So if you want Pablo, then you will first have to go through me. I think everyone would probably know at this point that this is a moment of truth. Yay.
Bacana!
No.
What? Not possible.
Is it your alternate moment of truth, or is it your regular moment of truth?
I think this is the moment where you face up against insurmountable odds and never give up, overcoming them through sheer bravery and determination alone.
So you're going to Digivolve to Mega. Okay. Describe what that looks like.
Yes.
Bravery, my favorite crest from Adventure.
Make sure to put on some epic, less sad music when this happens.
So,
Honestly, I feel it still fits. But okay.
I had to turn up the one before. Taisto takes 3 steps forward, and with that his Digivice suddenly bursts into a blaze of orange energy that seeps through the heavy hanging purple virus that's around them, the miasma, and eradicates it from the town, and making it so that all the Digimon that were writhing on the ground can breathe easier again. And you can see even in the distance that the dome around the dark area is starting to not be quite so dead as it was just now. And with that, Flame Wizardmon that was about to die just now is also enveloped with shining white light that signifies evolution. And out from it bursts Mistymon that flies towards Metal Greymon with a heavy upward swing of the Heart of Fire, blasts him back and away from the house that he just wrecked, that Pablo was sitting in, or T-posing in, I guess. And it seems that the Digivolution energy that evolved Flame Wizardmon to Mistymon is not gone. You see the frame is from basically over Mistymon's shoulder and showing now the blasted Metal Greymon that's on the ground and smoking from the power of the blow. But then the camera starts panning around Mistymon, and you see that he gets overtaken by the light of evolution one more time, again, and this bright light basically just washes out the rest of the rest of the frame, as it's so bright that it just blows out the camera sensor, if there was one in anime. And you could tell that there's this kind of hanging power that just downloads into the body of Mistymon. As I desperately try to had time so I could find the picture of what he's going to turn into.
That mysterious Digimon that we do not know whatsoever.
It's that mysterious Digimon that no one knows whatsoever because it hasn't been spoiled.
It hasn't been spoiled. Not at all.
It hasn't been spoiled. Let's see if that works. No. It's not. That doesn't work.
And I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, by the base of this scene, no, you're not going to ever figure it out. All right. So as the power downloads into Mistymon, there's a flourish of a cape that wipes the light away, and in the air hangs a knightly Digimon that is clad in this shining platinum or silvery armor that's accented with gold and red highlights, with a beautiful flowing like regal red cape that has a golden trim, and a massive halberd that he holds in one hand. It is Medieval Dukemon.
Medical?
No, not Medical Dukemon. Medieval Dukemon. That makes the entrance with how was his voice? I can't remember. I'm not going to make a reply because I cannot remember what his voice is like.
I think it was very like classic chivalrous knight kind of voice.
Yeah, I think it may have something like "Oi, Medieval Dukemon," or something like that.
Yeah. Always referring to yourself in the third person.
What? What did you say?
Medieval Digimon always referring to self in the third person.
Yeah, it's a trait from trait from Dukemon actually from the well, basically every piece of anime media. Also that, but it also Savers, and I'm pretty sure it was also in no, it wasn't in Tamers, but it was in Savers and in X Evolution.
He was also in Tamers.
It has been a long while since I have been returned to this world, but it seems that the power of Thaisa's courage has brought me once again to save the digital world. It is I, medieval Digimon of the Vortex Warriors, and you, Metal Greymon, have been found wanting. I really don't know.
Metal Greymon scrambles on the ground and looks up at this like incredible orange glow coming from medieval Digimon. And he like scurries backwards and he's like, Impossible! The Vortex Warriors are all dead! You can't be real! And he like fires the plasma gun up at him.
There's a blur as we saw this kind of a special effect before, where Metal Greymon just flickers as it moves faster than can be seen. But here it's the same effect is exaggerated like tenfold. The actual camera shakes and the shot like breaks with how fast medieval Digimon just vanishes from the way of the blow and appears mere inches away from Metal Greymon and punches him so hard that he gets crushed into the ground, and as you can see like the typical crater that forms when something gets punched down so hard that it just destroys everything.
Nani!
You have threatened the digital world by your very existence, and as the leader of the Vortex Warriors, it is my duty to see that you never threaten it again. He raises his halberd with a obviously a very appropriate flourish as he raises it very high above his head, and then strikes it down at the chest port, I guess it is. Actually, cannot remember what Steel Greymon looks like, which is a bit embarrassing to be honest.
His entire body, aside from his legs, are like clad in gold armor.
Yeah, but does it still have the chest, the titty missile thing?
Yes, he still has titty missiles.
Alright, that's the important part. Okay. Yeah. So, Medieval Digimon just swings down with his whole might at Metal Greymon, and it shatters the missile port that's grafted onto his chest and pins him down on the ground and cracks his chest basically wide open. And then he raises one of his hands, and you can see that these kind of like flamey but also lightning and windy runes, like these glowing runes, appear around his hand as mystical shackles rise from the ground to basically secure him down, and layers upon layers of magical circles appear around on the ground around Metal Greymon.
I think as this happens, like Metal Greymon's like clawing at you with his like big metal claw and his railgun. He's like smacking them against you, but the armor around Digimon is so hard that like the railgun gets snapped in two and the claws start to shatter, and he's basically left with like a Greymon body with a metal head as the shackles like grapple his arms back and pull him even deeper into the crater you made for him.
And as Medieval Digimon just kind of, in an almost dispassionate way, watches as this happens, not really minding the blows because he doesn't flinch from them at all, and then he just says, "This will hurt," and he raises his arm, or he puts his arm a bit forward, and this kind of a magical energy or light streams down from it towards the now gaping wound in Metal Greymon's chest, or well, Metal Greymon's chest, and you can see that this causes the Metal Greymon to be racked with like pain, as you can see that something starts coming out of his chest. This glowing orb of data, essentially, is being forcibly withdrawn from Metal Greymon, and after like briefly, or this kind of like tense wrestling with the medieval Dukemon's power and the X antibodies wish to remain inside Metal Greymon, it flies out from Metal Greymon's chest and lands on medieval Dukemon's palm. As then, as soon as the X antibody has been extracted, Metal Greymon just immediately digivolves down back to a very ordinary Greymon, and the shackles and the magic circles and all of those just vanish because they're not needed anymore. The threat has been neutralized.
My power! What did you do? He said that I could be strong with this power.
And now you will never be strong again. Medieval Dukemon crushes his fist and destroys the Axe antibody on his palm, and it's just bits of this meaningless data just vanish.
No!
Right in front of his eyes.
Oh, my power! Why? Why? He like charges at you, but obviously like because he's a champion level Digimon and you're a mega level Digimon, the size difference is huge, and he's basically like as tall as like one of medieval Dukemon's legs.
Oh, he's that big! Wow.
Yeah. In this iteration of Digimon, the higher level you are, the bigger you are. Because it makes more sense. There's a lot of data, you get bigger.
Compressed files exist.
Yes. It's medieval Dukemon.rar.
I do, however, want to see a Titanic Marine Angemon.
A marine Angemon that's like as big as a house.
But that's what it was in Adventure Colon. Also, we need to change the song.
Anyways, good thing you're a doctor now. You can heal him.
I think Sonya and Kageyaki, like, you see in the distance the holes being made in the Dark Zone, and then you see this orange light burst, and then like the holes close from the inside of the Dark Zone. That's what you see.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck is he doing? Later.
Let's have a tea party first. Yeah.
Yes, have your tea party. This isn't the banned one, is it? This is the okay one, right?
No.
We'll
yeah,
see.
this isn't the one that. I don't think this is the one that's been banned.
Okay, cool.
No, this actually isn't a good one. Can someone just find some decent music for me, please?
Went hippie.
So, with Metal Greymon that's Greymon that's laughably ineffective, trying to trying to come again and claw at medieval Dukemon. He just gestures with his hand, and again some runes appear, and just this powerful gust of wind blows him back and tosses the Greymon back to the ground, and it seems like there's this constant downwards, powerful like gale wind that just prevents him from getting back up again. And Taisto, now from the sidelines, steps forward again and approaches Greymon once again. You should be really thankful that we didn't end you right there, to be honest.
Wow. That's quite cold for Taisto. Usually it's like inspiring speech of don't do this again. It's just no. You're lucky we didn't murder you, mate.
Well, it wouldn't be murder because it was in self-defense.
That's what
this
they
time
all
at
say.
least. No, you're right. Taisto is usually a bit better with this. I think he would open up something like. Let's see. Why would you do something like that?
You mean take power?
I mean, murder everyone. He was Metal Greymon X antibody seemed to be pretty intent on literally causing the apocalypse, which is why.
The world betrayed me. I was locked away for no reason. There was definitely a reason. And then,
yeah, that's not exactly how I remember it.
and
You.
then, when I was at my lowest in a jail cell, a helping hand showed itself and offered me power in exchange for destroying you, the Digidestined.
Mhm.
And I was more than happy to oblige. Power, freedom, and the ability to take down the Digidestined. But in the process, I became a virus-type Digimon. The Digimon I despise, he says, and he spits on the ground. But it was worth it.
You're right.
Oh, it was worth it to kill you. You took everything from me. I think, like...
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
to be entirely honest, Greymon, have you, just as a thought, have you considered that maybe you're the one to blame for your problems in this case? You went on a crusade against virus-type Digimon that had actually done nothing wrong to you. You just did it out of, I don't know, the evil of your heart. And then when you were rightfully locked away for your actual crimes, you go on an extra rampage to gain power and to get some kind of weird revenge on us because you blame us for your troubles. You caused this on your own. And if you had behaved, you could have served your sentence, I guess, and made amends and then rejoined us with, as an upstanding citizen. You could have had your reputation back eventually. If you had had worked for it instead of tried to, destroy everything and literally cause an apocalypse. So, honestly, I'm not really seeing many angles for sympathy here.
I don't need your sympathy. You might as well kill me now.
Is that what you want?
Of course not.
Okay.
Sorry, what did he say?
He said, of course not.
Well, if you want this to be so hostile and standoffish, then let's negotiate. You don't really. Actually, let's go back. Why don't you like virus attribute Digimon?
They cause nothing but trouble everywhere they go. Back in the factory I worked in at Tyrannomon's place, they'd always be the ones that screwed up, caused me extra work, made me stay late. And Tyrannomon did nothing about them. That's why I had to step up. That's why I had to put them in a situation where they would have to leave. And then I tried to take Tyrannomon's spot when he wouldn't. If you can't do something, do it yourself.
Uh-huh.
You have to understand,
So-
Taisto, everything a virus Digimon touches turns to ash. Just look around you. Look at the Digimon that I hurt when I was a virus type. You can't tell me that's a coincidence.
No, it's definitely not a coincidence. But it has nothing to do with you having been a virus attribute. It's just that you're an asshole. Did you?
He scowls.
You
when
do
he says
realize that you're like the worst.
You are all of you beneath me.
No, I'm pretty sure that you, who's currently in a crater, if we just apply, this isn't going nowhere. I'm going to offer you a chance to redeem yourself. It's not something you deserve, but mercy isn't really something you deserve. It's by definition. There's going to be some rearrangements around this area, some projects, building, and you might be a decent architecture. So if you can work, clear your name, get your reputation back, we can let you go. Well, not go just yet. You can work to earn your freedom, and then we can see about you rejoining society. So, would you be willing to work?
You'd be willing to trust me after everything I've just done? You haven't even seen Great Canyon yet.
Yeah, I imagine it's a bit of a bad place, and I didn't say anything about trusting you. I said something about putting you to work.
Do whatever you want with me.
You would be.
I've been beaten. I'm powerless. You can do whatever you like with me. It's with power like that. With a Digivice and a Digidestined and all the godly powers that come with it. You don't deserve those powers.
No, you're right about that. But here's what we're gonna do. There's a Were-Garurumon over there, who is hopefully, if I've understood these evolution stages well enough, is powerful enough to put you in your place. I'm gonna place you under his care, and under his supervision, you can then work to. You can work to get your dignity back, and I think maybe working with some actual virus types might serve you a lesson. You'll help them build a settlement for virus type Digimon that are coming out of the dark area in this area, and then after that's done, we'll see about your freedom. That's what we're gonna do.
Cool. I think the next scene that we see is like it cuts to a little bit forward where Garurumon's leading Greymon away. Greymon's in like these shackles that they've put on his little T-Rex arms, just to add insult to injury because he still can't grab anything with those arms. And where Garurumon's like leading him to like where he can be put to work and whatnot. I think it's at this point that we. Well, firstly, I want to see. So, are you going to look at the messages that Sonia and everyone has been leaving you, or are you still not going to look at those yet?
I think Thais is going to look at them now. Now that he did, if I remember what I wrote correctly, referencing back. Once I found my courage, yeah. I think he found his courage. So Thais is gonna now Thais has the courage to look at the messages left to him, probably by Sonia, I guess.
Good.
Did anyone else leave messages?
I don't know if anyone else did, but Sonia.
Lone tear rolls down Thais' cheek as he knows that no one else but Sonia missed him.
So
Well, Pablo is off dead.
You hear how Sonia's basically giving you your space, and that she misses you, and that she wants you to be safe, and that you can always rely on them if you need anybody. You get that message that she sent in the morning. How does hearing the words like that she said this morning, that you aren't alone, that you might just need some space, and that she worries about you and cares about you, how does that make you feel?
I think Daisto basically just chuckles at how stupid he's been this whole time. Like, if we're being entirely honest, Daisto has been, quite the drama queen recently.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit.
And
slightly, only slightly.
What?
It's Kageyaki's turn next
our
episode.
Daisto? Our Daisto would be a drama queen? What? And he just shakes his head, and he's happy to hear this kind of like that Sonia did understand what he was going through, but now that he's gotten some sense beaten into him, quite literally, he should look forward to getting back with the gang and seeing about saving the world, because now it seems like it might actually be possible.
I love how Taisto was like, I'm going on a long soul-searching journey. Don't go look for me. 5 minutes later.
It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be.
I think this heartfelt scene of Taisto like accepting his feelings and realizing that he's been an idiot and whatnot gets cut dramatically short as a white portal, square-shaped, opens in front of where Garurumon. And we hear, "Oh no, Greymon, you failed!" And a spherical head pops out from the white portal. He's like, "I cannot have you spilling the beans on our plans, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to terminate our contract." And you see like a wriggly hand reach out and snap its fingers. Greymon immediately writhes in pain.
I think medieval Dukemon would take like, he's gigantic now, but he takes like 2 steps towards the door and swings his halberd at aiming at squarely at the head of Caramon to see if maybe murdering Caramon would actually stop this kind of atrocity from being being committed.
Yeah, Caramon like instantly pops his head back into the portal before the swing can connect. Opens a new portal behind Medieval Dukemon, just at eye level, and pops his head out and is like, "Oh no, no! We can't be having this aggression, Medieval Dukemon. No, 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 no. You see, I had a deal with this man. He failed. So this is what happens."
You villain! I care not for your... I, Medieval Dukemon, care not for your deals. His wings... he turns, like, spins around, and with his other hand that's not holding the halberd, he summons some kind of a magical sphere that would try to ward away this teleportation, whatever that Caramon is using.
Cool. The teleportation
To
like
banish him. He wants to
closes
vanish.
and banishes Caramon, and the last thing you hear is as Greymon starts to disintegrate into Data. And he's writhing in agony on the ground as this happens.
Or can't do anything about that.
You had the chance. Too bad.
He
No, there's nothing we can do. Too
he
bad.
dissipates into Data, and the Data starts floating back towards the direction of Grey Canyon.
Well, that's just too bad. Caramon, that villain. I vow that I, Medieval Dukemon, will vanquish that foe one day. He just has to beware.
Yeah, you better run.
yeah, you better run.
I think we can end the
You
session
should
there.
see
We've
the other
overrun by like 45 minutes
Yeah.
for this moment of truth. So it was well worth it, but obviously it's like almost 1 a.m. for you and Sonia right now. So yeah, we'll close the session there. We'll do
And for me,
experience, and we. Oh, is it 1 a.m. for you as well?
yes.
Oh wow, everyone's ahead of me in time zones. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I am.
It's about midnight for Elephant. For Elephant, it's about midnight.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought
almost.
Elephant was in the same time zone as you. Never mind. That's almost 11 o'clock for me, so I know this has run on way too late. So let's do experience, and we'll do maybe an after
Lovely.
scenes credits, and then we'll close it.
I'm gonna take my ultimate moment of truth. Might as well have it be there if we need it.
Sure.
I really need to activate my moment of truth before I suddenly detest someone else in the group for no reason because I have to pick the rest.
I know, right? I think that we could use that on NPCs, couldn't we? That
Yes, you can use
otherwise it's really fucking stupid.
You can use the permanently lose influence over you on an NPC that has influence over you.
Well, that
In
changes
this
stuff.
case, like it can be like adults that you've met and have a connection with. It could be your partner Digimon. It could be the other Digidestined. It could be like
Kitamon,
Stella,
Shadowmon.
Inari, Higeki, Utamo, was it? I think it was Utamo. Utamio. Utamio. It could be Peter, whoever. Like, although we haven't really seen Peter on screen yet. It has to be basically
not
somebody that you've
Peter.
had some meaningful interaction with on screen.
So either Keramon or Sorcerimon also work.
I mean, you could definitely pick
Paramon is
Caramon.
an easy one. Well, we'll see when that happens. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and session stuff.
Yeah, so let's start with Taisto because he was last on screen, and then we'll go backwards.
All right. Not taking the potential. You can't tempt me.
You're so
with
weak.
that. What?
You're Ali.
I'm not taking it. Oof. Then the very good question. I think Dice has grown into his own image of himself. I think that's it. Especially he's had many. What's the word?
revelations about his like character that he's realized over the course of, like, basically 2 at least, if not more. And I think this has made him feel less unique and more kind, even in the face of this kind of like impossibly severe and threatening and world-ending event. He was able to at least theoretically find a peaceful solution that would help everyone. But obviously Caramon thwarted that a bit. But that's fine. It's not like I wanted that to be a good ending or anything.
There can never be a good ending in my stories.
Spoilers.
Everyone dies.
It has to be as dramatic as it possibly can be.
But yeah, it's also like he realized that he's been an ass and he should be better to the rest of the squad and all that. I think it serves right to lower unique and increase kind.
Sure.
He's less of a lone wolf and more of a part of a team again. Thank you for coming to my TED talk.
Greetings. Well, I didn't really have many meaningful interactions with anyone. So I now look at my labels and I go, what the fuck do I do here? I guess I lower unique and raise kind.
Oh my gosh, he's in positive kind. It's impossible.
It hasn't happened since like the early days. I think I had the positive kind for like 5 minutes during the first few sessions.
Well, you're back where you started. Sonia, what about you?
Well, definitely grown into an image of herself. She's seeing that she managed to help people and that she can kind of fit in the heroes that can save the world, and maybe she starting to think that she can be one of them. So she would probably raise Savior and lower Reckless. Yeah.
Okay. Any next time on Digimons you'd like to have?
Pablo wakes up again. I just want him back. Pablo, please come back, friend.
I don't actually know. All of my plans have now been concluded. I don't really have anything immediate.
Well, since we're getting towards the end of the arc, I guess there's no need for great, interruptions or anything, so...
Okay, in that case, after credits scene. So, I think I need more creepy music for Caramon. We see a shot
Take
of...
one, I have a fuck ton of those.
We get a shot of Caramon back in his crazy mad scientist laboratory type place with all of his brothers and sisters in test tubes. Enari is attached to a metal board strung up against the wall. His Digivice at the center of his chest, clamped on by some kind of metal contraption that Caramon's put together. On the operating table before Caramon is a Caramon-like body, except the face looks weird. It has 3 sets of eyes, all sharing one opening mouth in the center. It's limp and lifeless for now, and we see Caramon return from his portal. And he says, well, who needs him? My plans, they are complete regardless. The X antibody is perfect and functions as intended. He goes over to his laboratory area and pulls out a very familiar looking ball of data from like this contraption machine that he's using to produce it. He places this X antibody into the lifeless Keramon body amalgamation on the table, straps himself into a second operating table next to that table, and pushes a button that shocks Einari. Einari like writhes in pain and screams out as his digivice glows a bright pinkish purple. And Keramon cackles. And then like the purple light sort of engulfs the screen and we cut to black.
I'm sure it's fine. Oh boy.
And that's the end of the session.
Yay!
It is indeed.
And yeah, I had planned. My plan had been that this would take longer than one session, but then Antinimi just tosses the basically like character development wise basically a perfect setup. Like it the way out of that situation was basically perfect when compared to what I had planned would be the way out of my character's troubles.
That's why he's the boss.
Yes. So then I was like, well, fine. I did consider that my other option would have been to have Dice just pass out. Like he takes his device and is like, Sonia harp, and then passes out, and then Sonia would probably use portal in and then save the day with yours. But I was like, I don't know how that would go, so I didn't want to upset the natural order of things.
That might have happened if we had ended the session and come back next time. So plans change.
Possible, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing, if we hadn't continued the session, then that would have probably been what the next session would have been. That it's instead of Dice to moment of truth and said the day, it would have been Sonia. So Sonia called in, and then the situation goes from there. Pablo probably wakes up and there's all that kind of stuff going on, but it's uncertain. It was uncertain what would happen, and yeah, it was all just a thing. I wasn't really ready to do it now, the moment of truth, so a lot of that was ad-libbing.
But you did very good ad-libbing.
Basically.
Like,
well, I don't know.
The
like
scene,
I had. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the scene that unfolded was very cinematic, and like you made it sound very cool. I'm not going to lie. That is exactly how a final moment, well, not a final moment of truth, but like a mega moment of truth should be like in full description like that.
Yeah, I had actually like practiced in my head how hands down my of course my original idea was that Dice would basically rejoin the party for the final confrontation of the arc finale, or for the arc final villain, which would have obviously been the Ice Sorcerer, and then moment of truth out of that. And I had already basically tried to I've already how would I say it? I've storyboarded the scene against the Ice Sorcerer, and I actually did borrow a lot of what was going on from there. I didn't really know how to get out of the situation against Metal Greymon without without going the full like executioner thing. Like I was like, okay, let's just end this. Medieval Dukeman like lifts his halberd up and is going to execute. But by the time, but when I was describing that, like lifting a halberd up, I was fully of the mind that Medieval Dukeman is literally just going to chop the head off.
That's what I thought.
And
you
then
were
I was
going
like,
for.
no, that's yeah. That's because I was going for that. And then I was like, no. Remember your training, and then I remembered what I had storyboarded against the Ice Sorcerer, and I was like, yeah, actually I can take a lot of this in. So instead of lopping the head off, he opens the chest and then pulls the X antibody out. I was planning to do the same kind of like in my storyboard against the Ice Sorcerer. I was thinking like using these same kinds of like chains to suspend the Ice Sorcerer, and then just use the same kind of fire magic thing that Mistymon used to just burn away the Ice Sorcerer's power and basically reduce him to, I don't know, Spadamon, or what was the one that elephant.
I personally am glad that you used your moment of truth here, because the Ice Sorcerer is supposedly the final boss of the arc. It'd be a bit anticlimactic if he just got cut short by a moment of truth.
I know. There's. Yeah, it's still doable. I know. You said in the previous arc already that you would prefer that the arc finale wouldn't be solved by a moment of truth, and I vibe with that. That's fine. But there's certain kind of like in my mind there are certain kind of like narrative expectations of how, when certain storylines like merge and end and such, that made me think that it would be very appropriate in a way that it would be this kind of a moment of truth. It would have depended a lot on what was going on.
Yeah.
And the fact that I used it here changed a bit of the payoff and certain implications of what this has on the character. Like I had storyboarded it as like this kind of like big scene, like, hey guys, I'm here, and then Tyson would be explaining to the party what he'd been doing like idiotically all this time and beg forgiveness, and then and I won't let you down again, blah. But in this case, it was literally just him spouting at, playing Wizardmon. Yeah, and I guess that's okay as well, but still. Now we need the reunion scene later.
Yeah, we'll probably have that next episode, potentially.
It would be very weird if we didn't.
Yeah, it'd be very weird if you didn't reunite for whatever reason.
I want to see Pablo wake up and Testo's like, I'm sorry if I left you, and he's just like, you left? What?
I'm sorry. Also, I'm sorry for almost letting you get killed. I almost got killed, but don't worry, I saved everything. What the fuck?
Yeah, Pablo just slept through everything. Like he was just T-posing through it all asleep.
That's a deep sleep.
Yes.
But yeah, I think we're coming towards the Ice Sorcerer in the story. I think we've got maybe, I don't know, a few more episodes to go until we see him for the first time. So yeah, look forward to that.
We shall try. Also, just to say, I was shocked by the two of you not going after the sorcery. What? How dare you not go after the sorcery mon? Two of you. Oh, I'm cross with you now. I mean, literally told Sonia to go onwards with the quest, and then but we should maybe save the virus type Digimon. No, you need to save the day.
I mean,
Nah, I don't think they want to stop the sorcery one. I think they were more excited to get traumatized by Higeki and give Vamdemon a good telling off.
Yeah. Also figure out what happened
take care of everything
with Stella's partner.
Yeah.
which is the one thing that I was actually quite surprised that you were actually introducing. Also, how come Stella is not love? Sorry, it's not purity. How come Stella is
Purity.
love and not
Yeah,
purity?
how come there's not love?
Yeah, how come she's not love
How come
Tyster?
what?
No, I planned for her to be love for reasons. Mainly because of like the giant spiel of backstory that Sonia gave me about her.
But that's... What do you mean giant spiel?
Yeah.
Is there
But
more
okay.
backstory? There's more
I don't
backstory?
know.
Oh, okay, I see.
Hey, you're not
I
the
see how it is.
you're not the only one sending you messages plotting things for the future. Like other people do too, Tyster.
Perhaps.
No, that's not possible.
Mayhaps.
I'm the only one. I'm the only one who knows how to write.
Wow. Wow.
Excuse me.
Can we
As I
buy
have crafted a
Tyster
giant
from-
story for you, I think I can write too.
I don't mean in this. I don't mean in the sense of writing a story. I mean in the sense of like literally able to
It's too late now.
represent
You're done.
words in a written form.
Yeah, you can't take it back now. You've insulted us all, Tyster. There's no
No,
coming
but
back,
that's not
you
what
know.
I meant.
No coming back.
Not
at all.
what I meant.
Metal Greymon didn't go away. It just got stronger and
Still Gremlin.
Yeah, it was all in Tysto's imagination. He forgot that he dropped his Digivice on the floor earlier, which he actually did do. And he's actually just seeing his future flash before his eyes before Metal Greymon murders him.
actually I can do it.
He did do it, but then I was already describing, and I actually it did cross my mind, but then I was like, well, he picked it up off screen, or it's implicit that he picked it up, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to retcon something that soon. Like, yeah, I genuinely thought that you were gonna try and go for an alternate moment of truth when you dropped your Digivice. So I was like, oh, he's abandoning his courage and doing something else. But then when we had that big talk about him being courageous and like to have the fear and do stuff with it rather than run from it and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that was very so a courage truth.
Yeah, it was. That's if it had been an alternate moment of truth, he wouldn't have dropped his Digivice. The dropping the Digivice was specifically as a going into the oh no, he's so afraid, now he needs to get out of being afraid part. Basically, as soon as you told me to mark another condition, and I was like, okay, well, I don't want to mark afraid. I have literally no other option but to mark afraid. All right, I guess we're going with the moment of truth. And then I basically, as soon as I marked afraid, I knew that I would be going with if I was going with the moment of truth, it would be the courage one. Besides, like I said already, by now, even if I did the alternate moment of truth now, I would be doing the regular moment of truth within like 2 episodes from now anyway.
Yeah.
And then I would not get any use out of the form unlocked with the alternate moment of truth, which I've already also revealed, in which case there's no incentive for me to do it anymore. It's not a mystery.
I mean,
the only reason.
What do you mean? It wasn't spoiled at all.
I mean, you still get use out of your alternate moments of truth because, like, it's not like you can instantly evolve to Mega every episode, right? Like, you still use Flame Wizardmon, you still use Sangloopmon, you still use Sheepmon, even though you have access to higher levels.
Yes, but I don't think there's a significant enough payoff to having 2 middle evolutions, because the way
does the ultimate have to be middle?
The alternate
No,
is
no, no,
wherever
no,
you unlock
no,
it.
no.
Like wherever
Yeah.
you want it to be. So it can be an alternate mega, it can be an
Okay.
alternate ultimate,
So
an alternate
so I'm
champion.
gonna So I'm gonna have an alternate ultimate because I already have an unlocked ultimate. So
Yeah,
my
sure.
alternate will be ultimate. That's very difficult to say.
For the viewers at home,
Ultimate,
the
ultimate.
ultimate that is mega and not the ultimate that is perfect.
Sure.
The
The ultimate that is ultimate, and the ultimate, not the ultimate that is not ultimate.
the ultimate that should be ultra.
Say that 3 times fast.
But yeah, so I don't think that like if it was a case of like how Ivo has it, he has like Dark Tyrannomon and then he has Lynxmon. Lynxmon is the kind of like a utility form in the same way that like I don't know, Lydramon is in 0-2, even after they've got Peldramon, they use it for transportation and such. But I don't think that Azuramon would have had a lot of utility packed into that form. The permissions wouldn't really be things that you could get utility out of. So,
I mean, your ultimate moment of truth
I don't
probably
know.
does need a lot of utility, really, because I feel like it's Ivo that uses his the most, to be honest.
I don't think I'll need mine, actually. Really, just another Dark Evolution. I can't see it. Plus, it makes people fall asleep again, so it's kind of redundant anyway. So
Yeah.
I don't see any thematic reason to use mine.
No, that's fair enough. You don't have to use it. It's more just it's there as like a story narrative thing more than anything, isn't it?
I like it,
Yeah.
but I just don't know. I just don't know how.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of evolutions, I don't know what my third permission would be for Medieval Digimon again.
What have you got so far?
Like
PhD.
Wind and the X antibody.
Wait, he has the X antibody? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he
Medieval Digimon
does.
is an X
He's
antibody.
an
Yeah.
actual proper design instead of whatever the actual one is.
Huh. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Oh
Okay.
god.
Good to know. I will
It
note that
ties
down
into the
for
plot.
future plot.
Basically, Digimon gets
That's why I
lightsabers and an actual redesign for X antibody.
So you got Wind, you've got
Yeah.
X antibody.
yeah, Medieval Dig.
What about like? Oh, you've already got armor on Mistymon.
Yep. I remember planning like the entire thing so that every time there's like an evolution, I can actually keep the permissions from the previous stages. Like it's very tight progression.
I mean, it could
It
be
also serves as
it could be like fame. I know it's like not really a permission to do something, but it's something that like anyone who sees him would know Medieval Digimon is a Vortex warrior and is famous as a hero or everything. Alternatively,
but
you could
Mistymon
have...
already has passed.
Yeah.
Like we were discussing, like I had a similar problem with Mistymon, and he had this like past, and he has chivalry. That's basically combined, and that's what you're already describing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like potentially as part of this playtest, we've uncovered that like adding like 3 permissions every time is very difficult. I might cut it back to 2 in the future and have it like just be like
Yeah, I'll
3
probably-
like 3 for the child and then like 2 adult, 2 perfect, 2 ultimate.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's
Because that's probably easier to fill out because I find a lot of people
decent,
are having
yeah.
a hard time finding that. But yeah, because
Yep.
like chivalry isn't really a permission. That's just you like role playing chivalry. Like I feel like for Mistymon you could have had like armor and house weapons, for example.
But Flame Wizard already has weapons. But yeah, if Flame Wizard was like fire and sorcery, then Mistymon would have had the weapons. Like I was thinking like chivalry is like the kind of like we need someone who's it was basically supposed to cover like the swordsmanship skills that are described in its profile and stuff like that. It's not just like it's not just like character, but all this kind of a package that comes with expectations being like a knight thing. night. But yeah.
Yeah, well, at least we've uncovered that, and I can like factor that in for the future. That we only need 2 really, rather than 3 permissions.
Good idea.
And just like, you know, classic protagonist courage character, you evolved before everybody else even reached the next stage.
I'm 2 stages behind.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
that was one of. Oh, Pablo is everyone except Sonia is on.
Oh no, yeah, Pablo went to Metal Tyrannomon last episode.
Pablo has
Oh god.
Yeah, 2 episodes ago.
Yes, it's just Sonia who is light.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you could be the
Frankly,
you could be the TK,
Which
of
is
the,
also decently.
be the TK of the series
Yeah,
and turn
the
to
6th Ranger.
ultimately-
Well, I'm the only character. It makes sense. But frankly, I'm glad I didn't have my the fruit right now, because it just what I have in mind would be cooler if everybody was over here. So it'd be like just oops. If I had to suddenly be the one that saved the day for no reason. So it's fine. I'm glad that Dukemon is here instead.
I was working like part of the letter. Like I was of the mind that your character would have a moment of truth this session. I didn't
the
really
splitting
like,
up.
I was because Pablo was Ivo was supposed to be here. So you would have been the 3 of you. I would have had much less screen time, and I think Anthony would maybe have sent Metal Greymon after you instead of after me. I don't know. Maybe maybe he always
think
planned
that
to just
was
be dick to me. And then you would have with the 3 of you could have had the moment's truth, especially the way Anthony like described Metal Greymon this time. The way I was thinking of it going didn't really have that like heavy virus miasma thing going, which was like okay. But that's why I wrote the letter as well. I wanted to give you an easy springboard.
I figured.
From that. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, I'm sure Sonia
this time it went like this.
I'm sure that the elephant has plans of his own for Sonia.
Of course.
Don't worry about this.
I don't doubt it for a second. But
I have planned a lot of things.
Sounds familiar.
Anyway, I'm sure it's getting pretty late for you guys, considering it's probably like 1 a.m. I keep hearing Eleanor like yawning in the background.
Greetings.
So yeah, I'm really sorry that this is like massively overrun, and we've had like a chat afterwards.
Oh, it's fine. We won't be here if we didn't want
It's
to.
fine.
Yeah. But yeah, I've got to go as well. I've got work in the morning, and it's like almost like 11:30 now.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.